Well, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Flight Deck to Sim live stream. Today it's the 12th of May 2022. It's 34 minutes past 4 in the afternoon in the United Kingdom. We're back in Microsoft Flight Simulator for our second ever live stream in the PMDG 737-700. Just about recovered from our inaugural stream a couple of days ago. It was awesome fun. And today we're going to be exploring some features of the aircraft, trying to sort of challenge it a little bit, really. We are in Sweden, Malmö at the moment. We're going to be flying to Haugesund, I think it's pronounced. Bjorn was helping me, one of the members earlier, put that pronunciation. That's in Norway. Flight time about an hour and 10 minutes, and then we're going to do a turnaround and come back. So the first sector offline, bit of a crosswind here as well. It's about 15-20 knots. In Haugesund, we're going to do a procedural ILS approach onto a circle to land, see how the aircraft fares there. I'll then do a turnaround, pop on VATSIM for the return sector to Malmo, where I plan to fly the ILS to a missed approach. We'll fly a go around, the missed approach procedure, see how the aircraft fares and go from there. I don't know if you can hear, that's Jack's tails whacking. He always comes in to start the stream because he's wondering who on earth I'm talking to, but he's just right below me here. I'll put on yoke cam and see if I can get him to have a little bit of an appearance. Come on then, you gonna come up here? Oh no, he's gonna rip my headset off. Hi buddy. I treated myself today. I had a bit of steak for lunch, so he's pretty happy with me at the moment, with the steak I gave him. Hey buddy. In the face. Come on then, get down. Jack loves the PMDG, I know, he just wants to see me stream it, that's all. Superb. Aviation Health, thank you very much for the £2. That should come up now, so I was just alerted, had the alerts off on the note can there. On your bed then, Donnie, on your bed. Lay down. Good boy. Okay, lay down, come on.
At Flight Deck 2 Sim, have a great Alpaca Airways day.
Thank you very much, Aviation Health, for the £2. Really appreciate it, buddy. Thank you very much for popping in for your donation there. We are in the first ever Alpaca Airways livery for the PMDG 737-700. Thanks to Jamlin and Bounce, two of my members. They got that up and running very quickly. And we have, thanks to another one of my members as well, a brand new Alpaca Airways Google website, so you can download all your favourite Alpaca Airways liveries for your favourite desktop simulated aircraft, which is awesome. Anyway, let's zoom on in towards the aircraft. This is the lovely Orbeck scenery for Malmo. I have the MXI Designs scenery for Haugesund, which I purchased last night as well. It was only a tenner, so I thought I might as well get it. So yeah, lovely payware scenery for both the airports today. Let's have a look, see who's in chat as well, as I zoom on or drone cam our way towards Malmo. We're live wire at the moment as well. Pedro Alves, hello. I'm a tiny bit late, but I'm here. Good evening, Flight Deck. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for popping in there. Jason M246 says greetings from Barbados. Wow, I don't think we've had anyone from Barbados watching before, but thank you very much for popping in, my friend. Here she is then, Alpaca Airways in PMDG colours, or no, PMDG and Alpaca Airways colours. That's it there. Awesome. Henry Yaddle, thanks for the 4 months. Can it do an Immelin turn? Oh, we did have a few issues with the Microsoft Flight Simulator rudder controls on the keyboard last stream, so if I do an Immelin, it'll be completely something that's outside of my control. Who else we got here? Carl Childers, hello. Skipper, glad to be here as a subscriber now. Thank you very much. Nice to see you here. Thank you very much for your membership. Where do I start? We've already got 300 people here. Eddie Mambo, Andy M71. Eric VR's here as well. Why don't you do a partnership with your airline? Could be such a good PR for them, and it could be. And actually, my operator always said to me, we don't mind at all if you say who you work for, but that's just a personal choice for me to remain anonymous. But maybe I could suggest that to them one day. JBay2608 Labrador could do tail wax like no other business. Absolutely, it's an absolute eye blinder if you get caught in the eye with that. I don't know how many times I was woken me up in the middle of the night with a tail hitting something unbelievable. Commander Jedi Christian Shuey, John Padfield, Tom Hates Cats is here, Paul Curran, Pascal Wayne, DeWeaver, Jason Javian, Tim Fraser's here. Hope you're doing well, buddy. D Aviation, Torley, Martina Magioni, and many other people. Edo's here as well. Nice to see you, buddy. TH, welcome on board as a member. Glad you're enjoying the content. You get invited to our members only Discord. I hope you're using the enjoy using the custom modes in chat as well. Excellent. So, just before the stream then, I tried to get the air bridge attached, but I don't think it's modelled with the scenery. I tried using the Microsoft Flight Simulator commands, the pushback commands, but it's just a static air bridge, unfortunately, and it's a bit in the way with the air stairs. So we'll just imagine that the air bridge is connected for boarding. Let me just get the camera reset. We're not going to do a walk around today. We did a full walk around on the inaugural stream, but just to show you briefly, the Alpaca Airways livery is looking absolutely bling on the aircraft today. We also have some CSLs for it, so if you're in your PMDG and join me on VATSIM for the return sector later, we should see you if you choose Victor, Charlie, Papa and Alpaca. We should be able to see you as a CSL, which is really, really cool. Reg G Spirit, excellent. Right, let's get into the flight deck. We'll take a leap of faith from the air bridge and smash our way through the door. There we are. Smooth as ever. Into the captain's seat. You could argue I've done that before. Right, let me get back in here then. There we go. Excellent. Who was that just pinging there? D3C022, welcome aboard as a member, buddy. Glad you enjoyed the content. Members only Discord for you. Enjoy the custom emojis and chat as well. Thank you very much. Mr. Pye, please turn on some passengers. It's getting quite hot back here in the cabin. Do you mean the passenger cooling, Mr. Pye? I'm not sure, but I'll get it on as soon as possible. Look at those PBR textures. Does look very nice. Crash Ed has them. You're loving the livery. No thanks to me. It's my wonderful members who spend their free time to make all these amazing things for my little community. It's amazing, really. Big Jacker Gaming as well, joining as a member. Thank you very much. Custom emojis in chat for you, and you get invited to our members only Discord as well. Right, completely cold and dark. Let's get the show on the road. So batteries on, GPUs on the bus, electric hydraulic pumps can come on. Landing gear lever we have 1, 2, 3, and oh, I've lost my views for this one. I thought I'd assigned that one. Hold on, guys. I've accidentally unassigned my upper overhead panel view. Control, Shift 5, Control 5. There we go. We've got 6 green lights, and then we check all the aircraft documentation. Infinite224, what are your first impressions? So you should see a pinned comment for anyone that asks me questions today about my initial impressions. Comparison to the Zebo mod, I have time-stamped my first video at the end of our inaugural stream where I sort of gave an overview of my thoughts of the aircraft and a little bit of a comparison to the Zebo mod. Both of them are amazing aircraft. I'll be utilising both of them in the future on the channel. There will be more Zebo content coming soon, but obviously with the release of the PMDG 737 this week, I am sort of concentrating content around that. I think my first stream has had over 30,000 views now. It's crazy for a live stream. So yeah, there'll be one more stream in the PMDG 737, I hope, on Saturday, and then on Sunday I've got a members group flight where I'm flying the Zebo mod because we'll be many alpacas, and I want to see them all in the beautiful alpaca liveries then. Perfect. So why have the screens not turned on? I didn't put the GPU on. Screens would have been turned on by now, unless they're turned all the way off. Why have I got no screens? Interesting. There we are. They usually come on a little bit quicker than that. Captain, we've got loads of new members coming in. Cheers, guys. Captain Jorge's joined as a member as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Welcome aboard. Members only content coming up your way as well. Just as long as Zebo gets the same attention when X-Planer 12 is available. Where's Wheel? It will be. Don't worry. Zebo is involved with everything, I believe. Captain, do you use any weather engine for Microsoft Flight Simulator? No, I just use the default weather for X-Plane. Active Sky is an absolute must. The default weather in X-Plane's a bit meh, but Active Sky ensures very realistic interpretation of METARs and the weather and all those sort of things like that. Right, so we can now do our fault fire test. So working our way down here, let's check the scripts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green lights. Let's do the fault and fire tests as well. So move that over here. We've got fault APU detector in op and master caution overheat detector, and then the fire test. We have 1, 2, 3 fire warning lights, engine overheat, wheel well light, and the fire warning bell and lights illuminated too. Emergency exit lights are armed. Let's have a little look at our operational flight plan for this sector today. Daniel Brown, thank you very much for the £4.50. That's very kind of you, sir. Really appreciate it. No comment at all, just £4.50. Pint down the pub, I'd say. Thanks, Daniel. Appreciate it, and hope you're doing well on this Thursday afternoon. Awesome, thanks, man.
Cockpit to ground.
This is ground. Stand by.
I pressed my shortcut. No, I don't want pushback. Yeah, I pressed my shortcut to bring the PDF there. Right, stop.
Ground. Please cancel pushback operation.
Oh, bye.
Roger. Pushback cancelled.
Okay, so I think my shortcut to bring the PDF is also the same to drive the tug. Here is the PDF for the operational flight plan for our first sector. 1 hour 10 minutes. We're going to take 5.5 tons standard fuel. Weather's good enough, even though we're going to be doing a circle to land. And we're not on VATSIM, so it shouldn't ensure problems. Thanks, Balzas.
Chuck Norris has never landed with a crosswind. The wind would never dare get cross with Chuck Norris.
Thank you very much, Balzas, for his Chuck Norris meme comment there. Thank you very much. Unbelievable. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much for your continued support as well. That's a donation again. Awesome. Right. So, yeah, there's the fuel, 5.5 tonnes. So we'll get rid of that. Tug driver's returned to his position. So let's go down here to FS Actions, Fuel. We have loads at the moment. I'm going to lower that. Well, what we're going to do here for a bit of realism, let me just put 2.5 in quickly. There we go. And for the payload, I thought I'd reset all this before the stream, but I think because I reloaded the cold and dark cockpit, it deleted everything. So the aircraft's now completely empty with 2.5 tons of fuel. For a bit of immersion, we'll now go to ground services. We've already got the ground power connected. We don't need to request water and waste, that's all done, but fuel we can now request. We said 5,500, so standard block fuel for this sector. And we'll call for the fuel truck as well. And we're going to have a full load of passengers. 148 passengers want to fly with Alpaca Airways between Malmö and Haugesund, so we'll put that there. And I think I can just press start. No, why is that? Because I need to open the door. That was it. I remember from the last stream. So doors will open the L1 door. Well, imagine they've got no checked in bags. There's the door opening. There's the fuel truck arriving as well. And we can now go back to ground services and start boarding. There we are, boarding started. They're jumping from the air bridge, and there's the fuel truck as well. He's going to start fueling. Well, we've just got to remember to press the start fueling button after he's connected. I love the fact it takes a bit of time. Adds a bit of immersion, which is pretty cool. Excellent. My notebooks are filling up, says Steve M. Lots of information, I guess, from me, unless you're taking it elsewhere. 2 tons, I think us simmers all need cheat sheets to keep the shortcuts in order between the sims. Yeah, I'm filling up with my brain with all the different shortcuts and commands. Whenever I jump between the 2 sims, it does take a kind of a sector or 2 to get back into the swing of things with regards to the other sim there. Fred the Fueler. Who's in the fuel truck today, said John. Let's go with Fred the Fueler. Excellent. Feral Demon 20. If you open 2 doors on the do the passengers load faster? Good question. I don't know. We'll just board for the L1 door today, but the boarding started. We already have 14 passengers on board. So we started boarding. We'll leave the seatbelt sign off until fueling is complete. Let me just make sure I start fueling. So ground services. It's now connected, so we'll press start. There you go. You can see the fueling has started. It's all connected, which is all looking good. So you can fuel and board at the same time. Just have the seatbelt signs need to be off, and then the cabin crew remind the passengers to keep the seatbelt signs off as we are refueling. And then as soon as the refueling's done, we put the seatbelt signs on, and then the cabin crew do a PA to say refueling's complete. You can now fasten your seatbelts. Excellent. You should fly with increased risk of failures, said Eric VR. I'm going to do a stream where we explore some of the failures as well. I might on Saturday. I want to do a big VATSIM event in this aircraft. We've sort of been playing around and testing, doing my own sector, so I'll see what's what on Saturday. Be quite cool to jump on a big VATSIM event in this aircraft now. Do you ever wish you could tell the passengers to hurry up, says Whitemark? Not really. I mean, we board as quick as we possibly can. It needs to be done in a calm and measured manner, but sometimes you wish they could get down and sat down quickly. Right, we've tested the pretend button. There we are. Flaps are up, matching the flap indicator position. There's the config warning check. Trim is set to 4 units. Stab trim cut switches are normal. Cargo fire test coming up. Forward aft discharge, 2 green lights, fire warning bell, and light is on. Rudder aid on trim is 3 and 0. Why is it always defaulting to 1, 2, 3, 4? It should be 2000. Stand
50,
by.
40, 30, 20, 10.
Thank you, trading pilot, for your $5. Appreciate it, my friend.
Captain FT2S, could you share your Boeing yoke sensitivity settings?
I could. Yes, trading pilot, really easy. I haven't really fiddled much with the curvatures or the sensitivity. My belief is that I can spend a lot of time sat down and adjusting settings to sort of fine-tune it. I really don't know what I'm doing with regards to that. And you've got to remember with peripherals like the Thrustmaster yoke, which I'll show you here, they are limited with the fact that they can't replicate the input forces exactly required. Now, there is a way to adjust them and change them to make it feel more realistic, but I found with X-Plane 11, I've turned off the... there's something there which allows for sort of artificial delayed pitch and roll and yaw. I have that all the way down to 0% and then the other one to 50. Here I've left it to default, and I've flown this aircraft now for the last 2 or 3 days and it feels fine. It is comparable, the inputs I'm making, to the real aircraft. So everything I've just done to default, and the curve's pretty linear for both pitch and roll and yaw. Maybe I can fine-tune that to get a bit more of a feeling, but I'm happy with how it feels by default. But great question. Sorry I can't give you much more information than that. Appreciate the generosity there. TH, long-time lurker on your channel. Thank you for lurking and joining as a member. Welcome indeed. Mr. Pye, the PMDG needs a Twitch YouTube integration so that the viewers can choose a failure for the streamer. That would be pretty cool. I think... What's the Californian payware ATC control service called? I think those controllers have the ability to inject failures onto people's aircraft, which is quite funny. I have been invited to try that service out there, but yeah, I quite like VATSIM. I just sort of stick to using VATSIM as well. Carl Childers, you're talking about that missing man-machine interface that you realise in a sim that is so hard to account for outside of flying the real jets. Sort of. I mean, you know, it's a desktop simulated product, so you got to always remember it's an entertainment product. They are amazing at replicating the real aircraft, but you could spend a lot of time fiddling with these curves. You're never going to exactly match how it feels. And for the amount of hand flying I do, the default settings are more than sufficient for me. Excellent. So cargo fire test we've done, and we work our way down here. Transponder 2000 standby. Circuit breakers are in. Upper overhead panel. Stall air warning test. Gatling gun, Mach airspeed warning test, flight recorders checked, VHF 3 set, no reverse of flight, lights, engine control EEC is on, IRS 2 nav. Now I finally worked out how to put the alignment to real, so it should come up with the alignment time now, because I think before I had it on the, well, I did have it on before, the 30-second quick alignment. Emergency escape rope would be in there, we check it's tethered to the aircraft, circuit breakers are all in, and all the safety equipment as well. There we are, 7 minutes for the alignment, so it is all working fine. Excellent. No pilot has a problem with trim. Wait, never mind. Not sure what you mean there, Carl. This aircraft's trim, though, does need adjusting. It's way too... it's not sensitive enough, so basically when you make trim changes, the aircraft's reaction in pitch is very... small. In the real aircraft it's much greater. Right, so let's have a little look at the weather. We are offline for our first sector, so having a look at the METAR in Malmo, it's saying clear skies, 15 degrees and a 16 knot crosswind, winds 250 at 16, planning to depart off runway 35. So it is a slight tailwind with that departure,
40,
about 4
30,
knots or so it's well within
20,
limits. And that's why I chose this departure point, because the forecast was for it to be quite windy. We'll get that set in a second. Cheers, Diogo.
Hello, Captain.
Hello.
I like that you do pretty unusual routes around the world. Keep the great work.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your donation. Thank you very much indeed. And where are you coming in from, sir? I'm not sure what that currency is. But yeah, I generally stick to Europe. And these are 2 obscure airports which I think most people outside of Europe probably wouldn't try flying from. But they're 2 really cool airports. Malmo in Sweden, very close to the Danish border. Copenhagen's only about, well, I don't know how many miles away. Must be less than 20, 25 miles. And Haugesund's an awesome airport right on the Norwegian coastline, right next to the North Sea. So very dramatic approach and quite challenging with the weather there sometimes. Excellent. 24 Moop1, can you show us how to change that to real align time? I will do another stream unless someone wants to do it in chat, because it will take me 5 minutes to find. It took me 5 minutes to find this morning, but it's under the system settings. It's in a bit of an obscure place in the settings there, but I'm sure if you look in the forum you'll find it there. Sorry, buddy. Oh, there you go. Andy M71's already got you. Cheers, Andy. Knows that exactly. Andy helped me in Discord earlier to find it. Cheers, buddy. Right, so weather's good. We've checked that. QNH is 1012. So, oops, wrong one. We'll switch that to 1012. MFRA will set that to 1230. Yeah, I'm really interested to find more about the engine D rates in this aircraft. we do have a 700 at my operator, and I have flown it on numerous occasions, but the D-rate options are 22, 20 and 18k. 22k is full in that aircraft. It's the least, or it's the lowest thrust D-rate you can select this one. If you were to go 26k on this aircraft, it would be like a rocket ship. I mean, I'm going to go 22k assumed at 60 degrees, which is around 20% of maximum thrust. It still wants to climb above 20 degrees nose up. It's crazy. Right, 12:30. So MFRA is set. We're happy with all the lighting. We'll just turn up the displays as much as possible. There we go. Love the lighting in this. By the time we get to Malmo, it'll be again on the return, a lovely sunset approach, and we then check our seats. Oxygen is here. Where's the click spot for the oxygen? Oh, no, breathing out, just breathing in. And what else do I need to do? Lights test. So light test. There we go. So a quick panel scan. This would be blinking in reality. MCP, that's all looking really nice. That's exactly as it would do. We then check the autopilot and auto throttle and FMC caution lights. That's all working as it would. Wheel well fire light doesn't illuminate with this test. Excellent. One of the things I quite like them to do on an update, if I just turn the auto throttle on here, if I disconnect it, look at the auto throttle blinking light. It's quite dim, so when you're in this view, it is blinking. I don't know if you can see it, but it's actually quite hard to tell. In the real aircraft, that's a very bright red light with the lights to the brightest setting. So if they could turn up the brightness of those lights, it would be a nice improvement there. So now it's time to load up the flight management computer. So I'll bring up the PDF for us. So we're going to go up to 40,000 feet. We're fully loaded with passengers today, so 51.3. We could take more cargo, but we can't get any more passengers in here. So we're going to go to menu, FMC. Latest aircraft installed. They don't display the FMS update here. I think, as I mentioned last stream, it's based off an older FMC update with regards to how VNAV works, so we'll look at that later. We are in Echo Sierra Mike Sierra, which is Malmo. I don't know how that's pronounced in Swedish. We'll go with that. I'll take GPS left. Oh no, it should pre-populate there, but we'll type it. Routing to Echo November Hotel Delta, which is Haugesund. Call sign today for our first sector is Alpaca 1 Hotel Golf, and we'll go to departures. It's going to be runway 35, an Enroll 1 Lima departure, slight tailwind, but that's more than sufficient to provide the performance we need. So we can have up to a 10 knot tailwind limit for takeoff. At certain airports we can actually increase that to 15. It's airport runway specific. From Ernov Lima 621 to Amsev. There we go. From Amsev, it's Zulu 324 to Rivex. And from Rivex, we're going to fly a Rivex 1 uniform onto runway 13, except we're not going to fly this full arrival. We're going to heavily modify it to fly the most inefficient approach to a circle to land as possible. I'll show you all later. But we're going to do ILS 13. We'll be utilising the localizer of ILS 13, doing a localizer-only approach to circling minima using VNAV, and we'll also be flying this procedural approach prior to that. So I'm just going to do some modifying to this arrival. So from Zola, we're going to go direct to Kilo Romeo Mike, and we've got the outbound track onto the approach as well. The rest I can fine-tune at the approach briefing. So that's what we've got for now, and I'll get rid of the flight plan as well. So we can just step through it very quickly and show you what's going on. There you go, and we go over the airport, procedural approach, and then we're going to do a circle to land onto the runway. It's going to be a bit, yeah, very inefficient, but a great way to test all the systems on the aircraft. I've done a test sector. I won't give anything away until I show you here. It was a few little issues, but overall pretty solid. Pretty happy with how it went there. Carl, going to see if it will shoot a back course approach later today. I'm keen to know how it does. Well, back course approaches, well, I don't think anyone flies those anymore. I've never been introduced or displayed how to fly a back course approach. None of the FCOMs or flight crew training manual has guidance on how to fly a back course approach, utilising the back of the localizer. So yeah, go for it, see how it works. I'd be curious to see if it works as well. Right, select traffic on the nav displays, and now do the performance. So 0 fuel weight, 51.2. Alternate for Haugesund is Bergen. We need 2.2 tons to get there, so we'll type in 2.2. Cost index, Alpaca Airways uses 30. We'll be cruising at 40,000 feet today. That's selected. We'll put in 400 here. The elevation in Haugesund is 87 feet. So we can punch in 100 down here. Cruise wind. So let's have a look here at top of climb wind. That's 266 at 46. The average is pretty much the same. So I'm only going to put that in once. 266 at 46. And yeah, again, in the real aircraft, in our 700s, in our 800s, you put in the ISA deviation here. Here it actually asks for the temperature, which is a bit different. Again, I presume that's a Boeing option, but we'll have a look at 400, see what the top of climb ISA is. It's minus 52. So there we are. In reality, we just put the deviation, which would be plus 5.
Minimums.
We'll type in minus 52.
Minimums. Approaching minimums.
There we go. Minus 52 in. Again, it defaults to 18,000. Ideally, it would... when you put the departure airport in, it should update from the database what the transition altitude is. So let me just bring up Navigraph. There we go. Loading. So if we have a look here on the SID, we should have the transition altitude there. There you are, 5,000 feet. So we'll type in 5,000 feet there. Let me have a little catch up with chat there. Gary C, thank you for your continued support as a member. I hope you're doing well, buddy. It's been a year as a member as well, and thank you very much for your continued support. I think you're just pinging me in there. Matt Booth, are you on VATSIM? No, but I will be for the return sector. For Sector 2, I will log on VATSIM. Just offline here because I'm going to be doing something quite unconventional approaches and things like that. Wouldn't be very realistic to be on VATSIM with regards to the approaches. I'll be flying today. Excellent. I think we've got a few other things there. Excellent, excellent. We'll just carry on with the setup. We'll be on our way shortly. In fact, I would like to push back soon. So we're going to go full 22k, 60 degrees, reduce thrust as much as possible. I did cross-check against the real OPT. With an assumed temperature, it does differ by about 3 or 4%. It should be a bit lower. So 86.8, this is more than enough. And flap 5 CG will set 6.35 units. We're dialing that in. And speeds are 29, 29, 31. Trim sounds excellent though. 6.35, a little bit more. And speeds 29, 29 and 31. We set V2 on the MCP. Superb. Overhead panel then. Your dampers on. Flight spoiler lights. Spoiler guards are guarded. Lights are extinguished. And navigation space switches are normal auto. Fuel crossfeed bright, dim, and bright, and off. See what's the temperature here? And I think they do actually have the fuel temperature changing as we fly along. Yeah, 15 degrees, looking good. Galley switches on, AC/DC metering panel is all set. Don't need any panel brightness. Fueling's done, so we'll put the seatbelt sign on. Imagine the cabin is secure as well. Window heat can come on. We'll close the door shortly. Air conditioning and pressurisation panel is all set. We'll leave the packs off for now. And the pressurisation controls are all set. We'll use the right igniter and we'll go to the MCP. So flight director's on, master's my side. The SID, which I'll brief shortly, is an NROV-1 Lima, climbing to 4,000 feet. That's the stop altitude. The runway heading for runway 35 departure is 349. So 349, we'll set the course to 349 as well. It's going to be an RNAV SID. Auto brake to RTO, reset the fuel flow. This to QNH, which is 1012. Select the legs on Jim's FMS. Don't know if we did it already, but we'll do another takeoff config warning test. One of the things I noticed, the animations for the flight controls and these are a little bit sort of, they're not very smooth. It would be quite cool if they were smoother. I'd be super critical there though. Right, radio tuning panels all set as well. Let's get the APU started and then we'll brief our departure, which I plan to hand fly. So whilst the APU is starting, we'll go here to FS actions, doors, we'll close the door, and I think externally... Oh yeah, we just need to disconnect the fuel truck. So, quite cool if it would do that automatically after fueling was complete. So, release. And we'll just need to disconnect the ground power after the APU is started. Perfect. Cody Dixon, following the stream while studying FCOM 2 for the 7.6, currently in type rating with a new job, back in the book. Sounds exciting there, Cody Dixon, very nice. 7.6, that must be a cargo operator, there's not many passenger 7.6s flying around for sure. JBA, RSR, that's head of PMDG, isn't it? Didn't say they're investigating reports of the animations. Whether they'll change them is a different story. Yeah, I mean, they're okay, as long as you get the functionality, but it is a little bit jagged. The ND was stuttering for me on approach earlier, frame rate was 30 to 40, so it wasn't that. I think Andy's had some issues as well, and you say earlier as well, with the PFD blinking. Right, let's jump on into the flight deck. Sounds like the APU is all fired up. That's on the bus, and we could disconnect the ground power. Released, right. So, let's call for the pushback tug. We're going to go for pre-planned pushback. Loading. And I forget, how do I move it? Click and drag to move the map around, that's it. So we'll do something like this. No, someone told me it doesn't like multiple clicks, so I'll just do something simple like that. Press enter and request pushback.
Cockpit to ground. This is ground. Stand by.
Here he comes. We'll select terrain and airports for now as well. So a little bit of a briefing for you guys. We check the routing, make sure it's all good. The arrival, fuel and distance makes sense. 3.2 tons. We check the instrumentation, perform our emergency briefings, our takeoff briefing as well. So I'll be flying. It'll be runway 35, left-hand seat takeoff at a 737-700. Use flap 5 and a DP2, so we'll accelerate the aircraft at 1,000 feet AGL. Taxi. Let me bring up Navigraph for you. We are on...
Okay, sir. The bypass pin is installed. All doors and hatches closed and all ground equipment is removed. Please set parking brakes.
I think the parking brake is set. Oh, it's not set. I've still got the chocks.
The parking brakes are set. You may lift.
Parking brake set. Lifting the aircraft.
PMDG set up. I just need to get rid of the chocks. FS actions.
We are cleared for start and push.
Okay, cleared for push start. Please release parking brake.
Don't start doing this again. So I hope it just doesn't keep doing that for 2 seconds. Stand 6 pushback facing east, Delta right turn on Yankee. And
please release parking brake.
I'm trying to disable that. Our SID of runway 35 is a NROV 1 Lima. Climb straight ahead to MS400. MS400. Checks in the FMC. MS 875, 875.
Please release parking brake.
Then to Babsy, then to NROV. Babsy, NROV. It's all coded. Stop altitude is 4,000 feet. So actually, my operator.
Please release parking brake.
Yes, we'll put in 4,000 feet here. And speeds is an omnidirectional departure option. All looking good. Right, I am. Right, packs off. APU bleeds on. Anti-collision light is on. Master caution. Dual bleed air conditioning. And
please release parking brake.
Parking brake release. Let's go.
Parking brakes are released.
Commencing pushback. You can start the engines.
Tango Delta, sir. Please
It will
release
start
the
in the
brakes.
sequence.
Excellent. Calm. Lovely scenery here from Orbex. Yellow colours here at Malmo. Is that going for the Swedish flag? I don't know. G-Spirit. It's great to have Alpaca Airways here. The PMDG. Lovely. Right, starting engine number 2. So, N2. Tug has some acceleration. Yeah, I've just spilt my coffee, joke. TJ Jugglers, please me, sir. Do you have a moment to talk about please release the parking brake? N2. It's not bad. I wish it was a bit louder. You're getting a little bit of bass. JB, does it matter which engine you start first? When you're doing a normal engine start, no, but traditionally start engine number 2 first. So that's where all the ground stream pushback and it allows you to do an isolated block and pack operation start as well. Just for the first sector offline there, Holster. So starter cutouts, monitoring number 2, 2, 4, 6, 3, 2 stable, starting engine number 1. Quality of this is epic.
Okay, pushback completed. Please set your parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Yeah,
Parking brake set. Lowering aircraft.
oil pressure. I think he does this quite aggressively. Whee! It's actually not too bad.
You may disconnect.
Minimums.
End one.
Minimums.
Okay,
Minimums.
sir. Clear to
Approaching
disconnect.
minimums.
Pin has been removed.
25%, check the engine valve closes, smart valve lights, go from
Holding position
Blue
waiting
to
for the
off.
visual. Thank you and goodbye.
bye. Sim Pilot Adam T, thanks for your continued support, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Glad you're enjoying the content still. Hope you're okay, and yeah, thanks. Americans looking at the 5.5 and the fuel quantity. Yeah, that's kilos. Times it by 2.2 if you're feeling a bit nervous. Bakonata, could you explain the selected outside air temperature in the M1 page of the FMC? Yes. Oh yeah, it doesn't show a bypass bin, so I'll have a look at that now quickly for you. So on the performance page here, you have two ways of reducing thrust on most jet engines. Firstly is to reduce the fixed D rate, so you're telling it this is the maximum thrust I want you to produce. At all times, full thrust is available.
50,
Here you
40,
can trick the engine,
30,
telling it it's a hotter
20,
temperature, so it performs as if it is that temperature. So another way of reducing thrust. Thank you.
Yes, I'm back.
Oh, I didn't know if you'd left or not. Thank you very much, buddy, for rejoining as a member then, and also giving me another month's membership. That's crazy. Thanks, man. Didn't have to do that. Appreciate your support again, and keep well and keep safe. Thank you very much. Right, so we imagine we've seen the bypass bin. We'll do the before taxi flow. Generators on, APUs off, start switches continuous, pro beats on, anti-ice off, packs auto, APU bleed is off and set. Let's check the old flight controls. So flight controls, full back, full forward, full left, and full right. Let's check the rudders, full right and full left. And we can now push recall, blank the lower DU, and then we'd complete the before taxi checklist. Why am I forgetting to do the flaps at the moment in the sim? I did that on the first stream. I didn't on the second sector. But I just realised the flaps are not set. See the leading edge flaps extending. Alright, I have the Logitech SideTech rudder pedals. They're pretty good. They're very... there's not much there's no feedback, and there's not much resistance to it. I have it up to the highest setting, but they're more than sufficient. Is the parking brake strong enough to stop the aircraft moving at full throttle? On a dry runway, Hugo, I'd think it would be. I've never tried it. I should think it's sufficient to do it. When they do engine runs, though, they'll make sure it's chocked as well. Cool, so let's just put mute the alerts here, and we'll imagine we've got our taxi clearance, so straight ahead right turn, and then taxi to hold point runway 35. So, lights... Oh, what have I just done that for? There we are. Lights are on. Release the parking brake, do a quick config check. There we are. So very, very quick to spool up, but we're on our way. So if anyone would like to put the METAR in chat for Malmo, so we can see what the actual wind is, we'll talk a little bit about the crosswind takeoff. Now, I did the crosswind takeoff earlier. I did a practice sector earlier, and Microsoft Flight Simulator does a good job in putting winds in the sim and having the aircraft respond as they should, but it's not very dynamic. It's very static, and in the PMDG 7.3 when I rotated, I barely needed any aileron. I had a 20 knot crosswind. I only went basically. I'll show you here. If we were doing a 20 knot crosswind, I'll probably need about that much aileron to keep the wings level during the rotation. In this one, it was like this. And that was all I needed. So again, it's a limitation with Microsoft Flight Simulator at the moment, I think, and it did feel a little bit arcadey on takeoff. It's just the sim. Still explains a little bit better. Well, it's considerably better with regards to how aircraft handle. Another thing to show you as well with the PMDG, you see there's the wind slot. We've got quite a brisk wind. There's always 260 at 15, so it's not super strong. The windsock would suggest it's more than that. But what X-Plane does really nicely, and also when you're taxiing in a straight line like this, if we come outside, we've got the wind whacking onto the vertical stabiliser here, and that should be causing the aircraft to weathercock to the right. It does. Alright, I'll just show you. Let me just get it pointing nose down the taxiway here. So I'm not touching the rudders or anything, like feet off. It is weathercocking a little bit, but in reality, it'd be a lot more than this. If you neutralise the controls, you can see, look, it's just completely on its own. I'm not touching anything. My feet are off the rudder pedals. You see how it's slowly moving to the right? That's the weathercocking. In reality, it's a lot stronger than that, even with 15 knots. So you just they need to sort of increase the strength of the wind or the flight controls or something. But yeah, it is there at least. There is something. So. The taxi movement's nice though. With the amount of thrust I've got, it's accelerating at the sort of correct rate. That is great. Aggo, if you talk, why you talk about X-Plane if we all uninstalled it after PMDG release it? Lol. Well, I like both sims. I like both of them, but a lot of people have said to me, oh, I'm going to just use Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's much better. They're both great sims, and I'm loving Microsoft Flight Simulator and PMDG at the moment. But I'm just pointing out some differences, that's all. But you can see it is weathercocking. You know, at least there is some weathercocking. Look, I mean, I just had to put a lot of left rudder in, so it is doing something, which is nice to see. Sim737 Pilot, thanks for your super chat. I have muted the alerts. Again, there's no need, buddy. If you remember, you know, just enjoy your membership. As the alerts are muted, I will read it. Hey, how do you get your views to work similar to X-Plane 11? I cannot use the camera views window to switch between the different instrument views, and also you can take one. No, not at all, buddy. You save that for whatever you need to get it on there. Appreciate it, though, nonetheless. So yeah, there's a great video. If you type in YouTube, X-Plane 11 views in Microsoft Flight Simulator. I can't remember the video. I actually commented on it to say thank you very much and just follow the guidance there. If you can't find it, just let me know after the end of the video and message me in Discord, or leave it in the comment section as well. In the comment section as well, and I'll happily send you the link for that. And yeah, it's set up exactly the same now. Right, we'll just get to the whole point. The scenery here looks great. This is the Orbeck scenery. I just missed all the details on the side, but let's just get to the whole point so we can do the before takeoff checklist. So config we checked. Yeah, no config warning. Flaps, we have 5 green lights. Stab trim set for departure. It was 6.3 units. Takeoff briefing, we've got PAX auto, bleeds on, V speeds are set for departure. Just come to a halt here. They are 129, 129, 131 set. The departure is the NROV 1 Lima SID, which I'm bringing up for you now. Climbing straight ahead to MS 400, left turn to MS 875. Stop altitude is 4,000 feet. NADP2, any problems will climb straight ahead to the MSA, which in that sector is 2,600. So we'll go to 3,000 feet on runway heading and deal with any problems there. Yeah, we'll have a look at the Orbeck scenery later in a bit more detail if you so wish. But yeah, some of their airports on Microsoft Flight Simulator are really, really nice. So, whilst I'm offline here, I wanted to do something quite funny. I've had a little bit of a bug with this aircraft. Let me find my soundboard here. You'll like this. Oh, I can't find my thing. Oh, yeah, I'll do this one. So if I release the parking brake, someone showed me this earlier. It's only a minor issue. I'm just going to select reverse thrust. It's quite funny. So the aircraft goes backwards, as you'd expect it to. But if you immediately add forward thrust, it just immediately goes forward. So it's like a little bit of a quirk. I did that from, I was pushing back from the stand earlier. I just added the thrust and it just went doing, and I was like, that's not quite right. So hopefully that's something they'll fix. But you'll never be in a situation to sort of let you do that. Will be fixed. Yes, I know it will be fixed. Oh, my neck. No transition. Yeah, it's straight from reverse to forward. But we all like to find little quirks and problems here. Right, imagine we've got our takeoff clearance then. Latest wind here in Malmo. Just refreshing my METAR. 260 at 15. 15 degrees, QNH is 1012. So pop the lights on, taxi lights on, strobes, and auto throttle, LNAV, there we go, and transponder, TARA. So MCP is set, transponder TARA, strobe lights are on, landing lights are on, checks complete, Toga's in chat, let's go to Haugesund. I have put the weather radar on. I know it doesn't work, just sort of looks right for me on the ND there. And the lineup actually is nice. They've actually really nicely modelled the tiller input. So full left, you get the correct sort of nose wheel deflection for those tight turns. Overshot the centre line slightly, but that should do us nicely. That'll make you feel sick. Right, so let's set the takeoff. Actually, a little bit of a briefing there. So you see the crosswinds coming from the left there. The aircraft's going to want to weathercock to the left, so I'm going to have to use right rudder to maintain centre line during the takeoff roll. So I'll just put the webcam up here. Right rudder to maintain centre line, and a little bit of aileron into wind, and on rotation you have to increase that aileron input. If you are interested, I've been promoting a lot my crosswind takeoff and landing tutorials in the Zebra mod are live now. You can sort of see what sort of inputs are required. It's very similar in this, it's just a bit, in Microsoft Flight Simulator at the moment, it feels a bit arcadey. I don't like using that term, but it does feel a bit generic, but it's okay, it's fine. Right, let me just reset my view for takeoff, that's the one I want. Let's go to Haugesund. So, a little bit more thrust there. So stabilised, set takeoff thrust. Yeah, sound. I'm not a big fan of sound. So there's the right rudder coming in. That's as expected. Auto throttle disconnects again because that's a bit of throttle news. That's fine. Manual thrust then. A little bit of aileron coming into wind. Jerky this old rudder. So here we are, I'm going to rotate. You can see, look, I don't need any aileron input, a tiny bit. You'd need much more aileron in real life. Pause ready to climb, gears coming up. And trim. Yeah, the auto throttle disconnected because at 84 knots it goes to throttle hold, and because my thrust levers are not the same position as the thrust required, they're disconnecting. It shouldn't disconnect, it should probably just match. So maximum 20 degrees nose up, you can see, but even though I've reduced thrust as much as possible, it's still commanding more than 20 degrees nose up, or bug up. There's that speed trim system, so you can hear it trimming. Look, it's trimming, but the aircraft's not doing anything. It shouldn't do that. The aircraft would be going nose down, would be plummeting. Look, hear the trimmer going, speed trim. Yeah, it needs a bit of, it needs changing. So flaps 1. Still trimming, but the trim is just not effective. Look. Yeah, that needs changing. Flaps up. Need a bit more thrust here for climb thrust. Let's go vertical speed. 1000. Put on the auto throttle as well. That'll go to MCP speed, so the auto throttle is going to maintain the speed on the MCP, and we'll level off at 4000. Nicely in trim now. Or not. Whew. It's actually nowhere near in trim. So yeah, I'm trimming, look at this, nose up continuously, and look, it's still pointing nose down, it's descending, it's descending. Trim is just not effective on this aircraft. In fact, it feels worse than the other day. I've not changed anything. It's still trimming, still trimming. Still trimming. Now I'm in trim. So I'll do command, and let's do the after takeoff checklist. So that's off. After takeoff checklist. Start switches. Oops. Off. And start switches off. 2.0. Let me just finish the rest of this here. Gear off. Auto brake off. Air conditioning and pressurization 2.0. Auto. And set the altimeters 1012 1012 maintaining 4,000 feet after takeoff. Checklist is complete. So we're level on the SID. There's no ATC, so we'll now set our cruise level, which is 400. We'll go straight up there. And we'll go VNAV. And it's got VNAV path because the restrictions in the FMC. So out at events, N1 VNAV speed, set standards, passing 40, flight level 400. Off we go.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Beautiful. Graphics amazing. Thank you very much, BRZ13 for the pound. The aircraft is not trimming. It was just a sound bug. It's a known issue. If you look at trim wheel, it's not moving. Oh, really? So it's just the sound.
50,
but the thing is, though,
40,
BRZ13,
20, 10.
there is an issue with the trim. I'll show you now in a second. It's not just a sound bug. The trim is a bit slow.
To the 4 people who disliked this stream, why?
How can you see there's 4 people? You shouldn't be able to see anyone that's disliked it. That's a new YouTube thing. But if you're using psychopathic powers, thanks for checking. There should be no one disliking it. I only want likes. Excellent. So yeah, thank you for your pound donation there, BRZ13. Just to show you, I will disconnect the autopilot here. So let me turn on the webcam. Now, it's all stable here, look, trimmed out 3,700. If I start trimming nose up, it is increasing pitch attitude, but way too slowly, way too slowly. The real aircraft would be, woof, up right now, okay? So I'm going to trim back nose down, I'm going to get it back onto the flight directors and re-trimming. There could be a sound issue, but they need to review the aerodynamic forces for the stabilizer moving. I'm still trimming nose down. I'm still not in trim yet. Still trimming. There we go. So we're pretty much in trim now. Yeah, not quite. So let me start trimming nose down. No inputs on the control column. Trim nose down, nose down, nose down, nose down. If this was a runaway stabilizer, you'd be like so heavy on the controls here, so heavy. So they need to increase the forces for the stabilizer. Right. Anyway. It's enough messing around. Look at the trim indicator while trimming. Yeah, you can see, look, it's changing. The wheel's moving very slowly, so maybe it is the speed. No, but no, it's definitely changing at the speed I'd expect it to. Right, command, control wheel steering, VNAV. Right, passing 110 for flight level 400. Pre-cruise checks, so fuel 4 pumps. We have 4.8 tons. Lights coming off. That goes off. APU verify off. Pressurization 4.9 set. Seatbelts. Release the crew. And seatbelts. Recool. Checks complete. So Zebo Mod also has slower trim than the real aircraft. Again, it's a bit of a limitation in the sim, but it is about twice as effective as the PMDG one. The real aircraft is from the Level D sim. When you get a runaway stabilizer in the real aeroplane, your level flight, the runaway stabilizer happens, and after about 10 seconds of continuous nose down or nose up trim, you need a lot of force on the control column to counteract that trim, and I mean a lot of force. Alright, in this aircraft at the moment it's trimming for 20 seconds and there's no force required at all, so it's just an error that needs reviewing, and I'm being highly critical. Is it an issue that's going to affect 99.9% of users of this aircraft? Not at all. It's just
50,
something that's not.
40,
It's
30,
something that's different
20, 10.
than the real aircraft. Thank you very much again, 13. It's trimming so slow because of the trim wheel sensitivity. That's simple. Just trim it and watch the trim wheel. It depends on the sensitivity and not because about little trim force. How do I change the sensitivity then? Because I'm looking and it is sort of spinning. I mean, I'm looking at the speed rate change. Let me just have a little play again. So if I start trimming nose down, no, it's
50,
it's
40,
moving. It's moving
30,
the same speeds. The
20,
trim wheel's moving slowly,
10.
but look at the actual. That's moving at the rate I'd expect it to. So I don't know if it's a sensitivity. You can see obviously it's shooting up now, so that's probably a little better actually. Command VNAV, but it was already because of the thrust. The thrust is so high. Just wanted to come up a bit more too. Thank you very much, Damien, for the €2. I really appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for the red thumbs up as well. There we are. Look, because we've been messing around. It's gone back to VNAV. So actually, it was actually giving you a decent nose up there, so that was a bit more effective. But it should probably because we were flying a faster speed, which makes the flight controls a lot more sensitive, a lot more effective as well.
50.
But it is worth
40,
it is worth the
30,
value though.
20. 10.
Cheers, Diogo. Appreciate the donation. What do you say there? PMDG should consider you for the beta test team. Oh, they've got plenty of real Boeing pilots testing for them. They don't need any additional assistance as well. I would have... Maybe, I don't know, maybe it is a stab trim sensitivity issue my side, but just looking at the rate at which the trim is changing and what I know would happen. During the type rating, we demonstrate runaway stabilizer at least once, and it comes up on recurrent sim training every 3 years. So every line pilot knows how heavy it is. Runaway stabilizer is like, oh my goodness me! If you don't catch it quickly, you need a lot of force up or force down to keep the aircraft in trim, and then you have to pull out the handle and trim manually, which at very high speeds is very difficult to do. Sometimes requires two pilot effort. Excellent. We're on our way though. So obviously I've been very critical, but I'm just comparing to the real aircraft. It's still, I told you last stream, it's an 8.5 out of 10 aeroplane at the moment. Everything else is very well modelled, really nicely. It's a superb aircraft for Microsoft Flight Sim. I'm just being very critical. The Southern Aviator, is there an Alpaca Airways livery in the making for the PMDG yet? Guys, go check out the new Alpaca Airways liveries website. It should come up now any second here. Absolutely nothing to do with me, but one of the members, G-Face, spent the last 2 or 3 days, I don't know how many hours work, but he made an excellent website for everyone. Remember, the members, you know, they get exclusive perks, but the liveries are free for everyone. I would never ever put them behind a membership requirement. So you can get every single livery for every aircraft. And again, don't thank me. These are the wonderful members who make these amazing liveries for all the other members and users who want to fly Alpaca. It's all of these amazing people. Daryl, quite well said. Now, unfortunately, you can see what happens with the stabilizer is such a powerful control force in this aircraft, and when they run away or are giving you uncommanded motions, it brings the airplane down. Simple as that. Thankfully, no longer an issue in the MAX. Just Rens, what to do when the hydraulic pump overheat lights up during flight? Excellent question there. So we have a QRH checklist. It's pretty much quite simply for the electric hydraulic pumps to turn the switch off, and off the top of my head I don't think it tells you to turn it back on again. The electric hydraulic pumps are cooled by the fuel. It's not mixed, but there's a way it transfers the heat from the cold fuel tanks with the electric hydraulic pump lines, and actually when you get low fuel, and I mean seriously low fuel, I think it's less than, it's around 500 or 600 kilos in the wing tank, so you'll have declared Mayday by then, but the electric hydraulic pumps will overheat because there's not enough fuel to cool the electric hydraulic pumps down. Great questions coming in, and I love it, guys. Sometimes you guys throw an absolute curveball, and I'm like, oh my goodness me, good to look it up, and you increase my knowledge as well. You never stop learning. Excellent. Maybe the current Microsoft Flight Simulator state they match the trim position indicator to the CG, thus increasing effectiveness would change this relation. There could be a limitation in this sim. Exactly, there could be a limitation in this sim, which is why PMDG have perhaps changed the effectiveness of the stabilizer trim, and it could be again a sensitivity issue my side. But the autopilot is very good, so maybe it's helping there. I don't know, but sometimes Zebo certainly has had to make compromises in areas to ensure a more realistic function in others. You know, the flight model has things on it which wouldn't be there in real life, but it makes the aircraft work as it should. So you know, you have to modify these things. Mr. Pye, why are wing tanks preferred over centre tanks? It's to do with the loading and effect on the wings. If you had fuel in the centre tank, it's going to put more stress on the wings, lifting the whole aeroplane and the weight in the centre. So we always use fuel in the centre tank first. Michael, here's one for you. Do the fuel tanks get dipped, calibrated so that your instruments are correct? Only on CD checks. That's one for an engineer. I have no clue, Michael Tizard. Absolutely no idea. So bank angle 10 degrees. Oops. There we go. So one of the things with the lighting, looks great. It does make the cockpit very dark in here, so you have to keep your head down. The quality of the monitors, though, is... Can't actually get my head in there. It's really nice. Can't quite see the pixels though. The Challenger 650 and X-Plane 11 by Hot Start, they are amazing. Like, you can see the pixels on the screens, but that is still very, very, very good. I love the fact, look at these little switches, just... Ah, that's nice. I like that. Jim Lee Captain, will you test out failures?
40,
yes.
30.
I might next stream.
20,
Well, no, next stream I plan to
10.
do the I want to do a big VATSIM event. I've got the group flight, and then I might do a V1 cut stream again.
I recently found an old Transavia B738 QRH I printed from a PDF a while ago. It includes a section for passengers standing during taxi, section 0.
Really?
Welcome.
That's interesting, Simple Animal. Again, Sam, you don't need to donate. Just keep the comments in the comments section. Appreciate the generosity, but no need, buddy. Very interesting. That's definitely a Transavia specific procedure in the miscellaneous section there. Now, if we have passengers standing up during taxi, they shouldn't be.
50, 40,
Definitely annoying safety.
30,
I'll stop
20,
the aircraft, set the parking brake until
10.
I've sat down. The only exception is if they have to use the toilet. No other choice. Thank you, Berto.
Hey, good morning from California. I
Hello.
wanna take the time to appreciate the humility you have to teach us. Keep up the good work, CPT.
Oh, it's
Welcome.
most kind of you, Berto360. Thank you very much for your donation. I've got all the time in the world for you guys. I enjoy streaming. In fact, I'm on annual leave at the moment, and I sort of left in 2 or 3 days for the PMDG release. The timing was perfect. Couldn't be more grateful for that. And keeps me fresh, keeps me current, as it did during all the lockdowns and things like that. So it's my pleasure to do that. Thank you for your kind words, Berto. Very kind of you to say that. Thank you. Lawrence Draper, how often do you fly a sector using tankering? Yeah, quite a bit. More than I think most people would realise. Very much depends on commercial factors. In the UK, I don't know if anyone of you follows me on social media on Instagram, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, there were fuel or oil protests from a group, I can't remember their name, won't tell you exactly what I think about them, but they were protesting and causing shortages of fuel at many airports in the UK. And what the company were doing, this is the funny thing, so these oil protests are complaining about climate change. Don't get me wrong, we need to do things to improve climate change, and climate change is real. Aviation is a very small percentage of that. I wish they'd aim it far more at things like the textiles industry, fashion and clothing. That is such a waste of resources. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked here. When they were protesting, they were causing a shortage of jet fuel in the UK. So what we had to do to ensure our operation could continue, I flew to, I think it was Faro, and we got a memo from the company just saying, right, please take as much fuel as possible for the next crew. They're flying to Gran Canaria, and we did. I put 20 tons of fuel to fly from Faro to the UK. Thankfully, we didn't have a full load of passengers. It was quite close to max landing weight, but we landed. I landed with, I think it was 14 tons of fuel. And that meant the next crew could take the aircraft to Gran Canaria without having to worry about refueling. The cost of tankering, we burnt an extra 400 or 500 kilos, an extra half a ton to tanker. So the stop oil protests ironically, actually caused more oil to be burnt. So there you go. You can't make it up. Did anyone see in the UK, any of my UK followers, get that video going around on WhatsApp where there was some oil protesters and they were protesting on a lorry, and it was a lorry for cooking oil? It's just ridiculous. Listen, I'm going to upset people here, and I fully appreciate that action must be made with climate change, but don't affect the livelihoods of people who want to spend their hard money on a holiday and relax. You know, there's far better ways. You know, protest the government, stop using or buying clothes from Primark. You know, these things replace, cost a couple of quid clothes and all this sort of stuff. I proudly wear clothes which I've owned for 10 years. You know, I do like to get new clothes occasionally, but anyway, that's for another day. And another stream. Excellent. Boeing down road. Hi, Captain. Are you a captain or first officer? I am a captain.
30,
I did the commando grade a little over 3 years ago. When I started the channel as a first officer and SFI. Cheers, Abby.
Started my flight training on Saturday. I realise airplanes are far bigger in person, even the Piper Archer they introduced me to.
It's all very real, Abby, when you start flying for real. You know, you're used to playing a simulator on your PC. You know, you get to a real aeroplane and it's physically there. You touch it, you can smell it, you can feel it. And yeah, that's amazing, fantastic. And keep us posted with your progress. That's really exciting. And in the US, GA flying is so much more accessible as well. So thank you very much for your donation and for your continued support all these years.
50,
Again!
40, 30.
You're being very
20,
generous, Simple
10.
Adam. Seriously, there's no need at all. I feel you should be saving this money for other things.
I think one of them glued themselves onto a plane at EGLC. I might be thinking about the wrong protest. Shut up and take my money, lol.
I know the one. That was definitely a whoops moment. Yeah, he did. Didn't he slide off as well? Or am I thinking of something else? No, I think that was someone else walked out to a wing and slid off. Yeah, whoopsie-daisy. Thank you very much for your continued support. That was a very generous donation again. Crazy. Waze, damn, it's been 3 years. Yeah, have you been watching since then? Yeah, 3 years ago. 2019. I did my command at Great Became Captain March 19. And we're in 22 now. I don't know where the time's gone. It's crazy. Robert, smash that like button. Yes, if you are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like it. It does help the channel out a lot. Anyway, want to go. And approaching 40,000 feet. Top of descent's 150 miles, so gives us a little bit of a chill out, but I have a lot to brief today. We're flying. It's one of the reasons I'm offline. I'm flying correct approaches. We're not taking any shortcuts. But in reality, in Malmo today, it'll be runway 13 in use. With the wind right now. Sorry, in Haugesund. It'll be runway 13. No, I've just changed the wind. So it would be runway 31 in use. So in reality, we'd be doing a straight-in approach to runway 31. Just bring my map up. There's our little aeroplane. Oh, I didn't actually get the sim brief flight plan there. So here's the airport. I'll overlay this over the map. What's going on here? What's that overlay? What's that overlay not working? So airport charts, overlay. Ah, okay. Well, we're coming in. We see my mouse cursor. We're coming in from this direction. In reality, runway 31 is in use. So you do a straight in RNAV approach. What we're going to do, we're going to fly over the airfield, apply the procedural approach for ILS 13. Followed by a circle to land onto runway 31. Extremely inefficient, but a great way to test how the aircraft handles for another non-precision approach, and also to see how it performs flying a circling approach as well. So very unconventional, but it will be a fun one to do. Excellent. Do we have Jem back in the PMDG? We sure do. Hayden, 1440 streaming soon, please. I don't know what that's referring to there, Hayden. Sorry. Yaroslav, you love the smell of aircraft, kind of like the smell of jet fuel. Yeah, I mean, GA aircraft, you get the smell of sort of metal, leather, oil and jet fuel. It's quite nice, I'll admit. Don't like the smell of Jet A1 though. Lots of people like it, I hate it. Especially when you start the engine sometimes in the morning, you just get a bit of a whiff through the air conditioning. It's like, oof, no thanks. DJ Douglas hopefully won't try to roll on you again. No, I've made sure that all keyboard commands for flight controls have been disabled, and on my Xbox controller as well, so that should not happen again. There we go. The fisheye default view. Let's just increase the zoom slightly. What do you think, guys? Thanks, Javelin the Bounce, for another amazing livery. Oh, why do I have the arrow key stuck? Hopefully I can reset that. Now, I've had this before. How do the mouse cursor get stuck? It's a silly little Microsoft Flight Sim, but I think it causes issues with some of the controls. Taller, I like the smell. I don't get it all the time. I associate it with good times, I suppose. Holiday, yeah, I suppose. If you're going on holiday, I associate it with long 12-hour shifts. Hey there, tuning in from Denmark. Awesome. Oi, hi. Hope you're doing well. Unfortunately, we're flying over your country today, but looking good down there. I think we're near Aarhus somewhere. Yeah, Aarhus is Eka, there on the left. One of the big pros of this sim, you don't have to worry about ortho ever again. Open the camera window and resize it to fix the issue. Thank you.
50, 40, 30, 20.
There we go.
10.
Thanks. Berto, thanks again for another donation for the $5.
I wish there was such a beard oil that smelled like jet fuel, lol.
Beard oil?
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Cheers, Berto, for the $5 beard oil that smell like oil. My goodness. Thanks, Sim Pilot.
Okay, this is my last donation
thanks.
for this stream.
It's ridiculous, buddy.
I believe Alt plus F4 fixes the cursor issue. Underscore FD2 stop gun.
Cheers, Top Gun. Yeah, good one, Sim Pilot Adam T. Nice try. Yeah, not going to do that. Thank you very much. And stop donating. Absolute joker. Oh, what a troll. Oh dear. Right, let's have a look at top of descent. 113 miles. Let's start having a look at our arrival into Haugesund. There we are. Over here, Denmark. Here's the North Sea. I don't know what they call this little stretch of water between Denmark and Finland. Not Finland. I'll get my map out. Norway. I'm getting all over the place here. There's Alberg. Actually, Aarhus, I think that's the home of Lego, I believe, is down there. So yeah, that beautiful. Look at it, right on the coastline of Norway. Bergen, there's our alternate. That's where we are geographically. 1440 streaming is the next step up from UHD, one down from 4K. Ah, so you'd like me to try 1440. Is there much point though? Because I use my PC at 1080, so I don't know if there's much point. I think this quality
40,
is sufficient enough
30,
for most people.
20, 10.
Thank you very much, Shark, for the £3, buddy. That was very kind of you as well.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
I'm thinking of going for a CPA, but it really isn't what I planned to be doing. Thought of doing computer science, but I'm just fascinated with aviation. Is it worth it? Thanks for any advice. Smile.
Thank you very much for the £3, Shark. Really appreciate it, buddy.
50,
yeah, go for
40,
it, buddy. If you feel like
30,
you want to do it, especially
20,
the aviation
10.
industry is in a bit of an uprise at the moment as well, an uprise for jobs and things. So if your heart's in it, go for it, buddy.
Chuck Norris doesn't fly into headwinds. The wind is always running away from Chuck Norris. One more CN fact left for approach.
Thank you very much for your Chuck Norris facts there. Balzaz, I really appreciate it. Chuck Norris doesn't fly into headwinds. The wind is always running away from Chuck Norris. Alright, well, ridiculous. I don't even have a There you go. Cheers, buddy. Sorry, thanks, guys. Stretch of water is called the Skagerrak. Oh my goodness, pronunciation of this. Skagerrak? 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 Not so sure there. Skagerrak. No, Billund. But Billund is the home of Lego. Alright, close enough, as you said. Right, let's have a little look at this arrival then. Just close the charts accidentally. So, let's get rid of these. A little fuel check as well, but the fuel burn on this is spot on.
Minimums.
Open chart list, there we are. So, arrival we're flying is a Rivex 1 Victor. Was it one uniform?
50, 40,
it's one uniform.
30,
Nice, very generous
20,
of you, thank you very much.
10.
Oh, shark.
Alright, thank you, sir.
Shark, best of luck. Keep
40,
us boast of your
30,
progress.
20.
It's achievable to
10.
so many people. Mark Jackson, thanks for the 5. I really appreciate it, buddy.
Why do the spoilers sag a little after touchdown and reverse? Only seems to happen on 737.
Thanks, Mark. It's been a long time since I had a wing view and looked out there. Sag on reverse after sagging touchdown. What do you mean, like come down a little bit? I mean, the ground spoilers deploy, but remember, anytime any aileron input is made, it'll change or lower the spoilers slightly to ensure there's sufficient roll on strong crosswind landings. But that's one for an engineer, and one I've never noticed before on the real aircraft. Great question. But if they sag a little bit, it's something I don't know about. Not in the FCOM 2, for sure. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Right. Let's get everything loaded here. Guys, all very generous of you. No need at all. I will try my best to keep up with chat. Obviously, I'm going to be setting up now, so it is a little bit busier. But yeah, very generous all of you. Thank you. Right, so let's bring up our operational flight plan. Actually, we're approaching a waypoint. Yeah, let's just do a little fuel check. I know the OFP's up here. So we've got Lagum in 6 miles. Go here to the legs page, 5.5. Find Lagum in the OFP. There it is, so there's Lagum. We should be there after 29 minutes. Let's have a look at the clock. 30 minutes, so running a bit late, but that would make sense. We stopped off at 4,000 feet for a short while. And at Lagum we should have 3220. We have 36. So we saved about 300 kilos. Very quick taxi for us, all making sense. excuse me, fuel burn. excuse me, 2,100. See how much fuel we've used. 2 tons, so yeah, we've saved about 150 kilos or so, looking good. Right, let's now go back into the flight management computer. So 250 below 100s. Again, the transition
50,
level defaults
40,
to
30,
180. So
20,
I think
10.
it's 70 here, usually by ATC, so that's it. Mark Jackson, thanks for the £2, buddy.
Yeah, spoilers go down a little after you reverse.
Well, there you go, Mark. It'll be probably a wing loading factor or something like that. Absolutely no idea though why, Mark. That's not quoted in any of our manuals. We really need an engineer for that one, that's for sure. So I've never seen it on the 800 at all. The speed brake on the 700 has this 50% mark, which we don't have on the 800. I think it's speed brake load of alleviation. It could be to do with that, yeah, I need to look at the 700 manual for that one, but that could be why. They are slightly different on the 700. Maybe the spoilers just aren't as excited anymore after they land. Maybe. Right, let's get the winds in. 310, 200, 100. And just to get the briefing underway here, guys, I'm just going to mute the alerts here because you've all been far too generous, just so I can concentrate on that. And I'll pop them back on later. So, descent 310. We've got 260 at 39. 200 is 269 at 40. And 273 at 27. QNH we're expecting in Haugesund. Let's have a look here. Oh, I wanted it to be raining and be a bit windier, but yeah, actually, you know what? We've got a 15 knot crosswind in Haugesund, so it's actually not too bad. QNH is 1007. So that's executed. And up here... sorry, no, fixed rings. We're going to have lots of fixed rings today. So we're approaching runway 13, flying a localizer approach to runway 13. So our usual rings 10 and 4. There's clear skies down there. We're at 40,000 feet, so top descent should be around 120 miles away. Well, it's going to be much more different because of the arrival. There it is, top of descent. And we're going to put some fixed rings in for runway 31 for the circle. Okay, the first ring and only ring we're going to put in is a 4.2 mile ring. Anyone in chat would like to double check 310, speed of 3 knots. Sorry guys, 260.39. Oh yeah, thank you. That should make a bit of a difference there. Well spotted guys. Yeah, anyone would like to hazard a guess why I put a 4.2 mile ring round the landing runway? I'm also going to put 223. This is for the beam check downwinds. You guys are excellent first officers. So just briefing the start, let me explain what we're going to do today, because I want to sort of demonstrate a couple of things to you. Now we're flying this arrival, the Rivex 1 uniform, okay? So coming in from Rivex, here we need to be at or above flight level 100. We're then going to Solar, the Solar VOR, which is Zulu Oscar Lima, and then I'm actually modifying the arrival. This arrival is designed to position you via an RNAV arrival for the ILS onto 13. Okay, we're actually going to fly the procedural approach onto 13. So what I've done, instead of routing towards Hotel Delta 470, I've gone from Solar direct to the VOR on the airfield. Okay, so from Zola, I've routed direct to the Carmoy VOR. And there is Carmoy. Let's see here, self-manoeuvre. Yes, safe manoeuvring area for the circle to land. You're quite right, guys. Manoeuvring margin, 4.2 miles circling, correct. So basically, as long as you maintain the circling minima within 4.2 miles of the landing runway, you'll be clear of all obstacles terrain. So you've got to stay within 4.2 of the landing runway. That's why we put the fixed ring in there, to ensure that we don't fly outside of that. Very good. So we're flying direct to the VOR. See what I mean? We're doing a crazy approach today. We're going to fly to the VOR, and then we're going to fly the procedural approach outbound the 292 radial round to BAFSA, then fly the localizer approach for runway 13, and then when we get to runway 13, we're going to fly the circling manoeuvre to land on 31. Absolutely archaic and very inefficient, but a great way. It was actually quite a good way to position onto the approach for runway 13, but in reality, with the wind today, you just do a straight in approach on runway 31. So we're probably just adding about 10 minutes flight time, but it's a great way to test all the systems there. Listerman, actually, isn't 4.2 from each threshold? No, it's 4.2 for the landing runway, only. Specific to the airfield? No, it's specific to the approach category of the aircraft, Stephen Turley. So this is a Category C aircraft. Performance category. So Cat C, Cat D. It's 5 miles something. So for your jumbos and things like that, the distance can be increased, or something like that. But the circling minimum might be higher. So you can see, look, Cat D, Panzops. The circling minimum is 10 feet higher, but it increases the range with which you can at least maintain your circling minima. My operator, at certain airports, we can use the increased range, so long as we respect the circling minima for the category. So, let's have a look at this. We're flying this star, half the star, and then we're going to route direct to Kilo Romeo Mike. Now, for this procedural approach, it says we're going to be overhead the VO at 250 knots. Now, ideally, we want to be flying procedures, the initial approach fix onwards below 220. That's ICAO recommended speed. So we're going to put 220. We're then going to fly outbound 292. So you can see here 292 track to a distance of 9.2 DME. So it says 9 here. So that's all looking good. We're then going to make a right turn onto the localizer. Alright, so I want to bring the speed back to 180 at BAFSA. Okay, at the moment it's 230. So I want to be at 180 knots or below here. 180 or below. You can see, look, it's tightened the turn slightly. It changes there. Now, it's a bit of a little glitch, I think, with the PMDG. What it should do at BAFSA, it should roll out and fly on the localizer, but look, it seems to be paralleling the localizer slightly, and then sort of, it should be bang on the white dash line. That's where you'd expect it in reality. So it's a little bit offset. But we'll use heading select to get onto localize if it doesn't bite. Now, when you're flying a circling approach, it's very important on the 737 you don't arm approach. If you do arm approach, you can't get out of it unless you push toga or turn the flight directors, both the flight directors off and on again, reselect your modes and then automation. So just use VORLOC for the localizer and VNAV or vertical speed for the vertical profile. That's quite important. Otherwise, you can't deselect approach. You just have to push toga or recycle flight directors. So we're going to fly the approach down to the circling minima, okay? Not the ILS, not the localizer, the circling minima. And that for us is 930 feet. Now, on the autopilot on the 737, you can't set 10-foot increments, so we need to round this up. So we're going to fly 1,000 feet, okay, 1,000 feet. That's going to be our minima today. So we go here to minimums, and we'll set 1,000 feet. Maybe the localizer is slightly offset. We can double check that. I don't think it is here. If it is, it'll be depicted perfectly. So fine approach course 133. And the runway QDM is 133, so it's not offset, it's a straight in ILS. So it's just a little quirk with the magenta line at the moment, it's just a little bit offset. So, circling approach, what we're going to do then when we get to our circling minima. This aircraft has something called VNAV out, it's a PMDG modelling thing, they had it on their older aircraft. We don't have VNAV out fitted to our fleet, so it behaves in the same way. What we're going to do is get to our circling minima, so the aircraft will level off on the approach and it will go to VNAV out. What I'm going to do is push out hold at my operator. Instead of VNAV out, we get out acquire out hold, so I'm going to push out hold and the aircraft then levels off. So I have noticed with the PMDG it does struggle to maintain altitude sometimes if you're configured with the gear flap a bit dirty. It sort of oscillates a little bit around the altitude in out holds. The real aircraft, it is rock solid on out hold. It doesn't deviate at all, as long as you are sensible, you know, you're flying a safe speed. It'll maintain whatever altitude you're at with the autopilot in out hold. So we're going to get to the airport. We're going to brake to the left. So what we need to do is look at the final approach track 133, add 45 degrees. So we're going to fly outbound on 178. 178, wings level for 20 seconds. Let me go for the airport chart here. So 20 seconds this way. We're then going to turn downwind to fly a track of 133. When we're abeam the runway, we start another timer to make our way downwind. Let me just get to the runway point here. So you can see this green dashed line I made. This is abeam the landing runway, so we're going to be flying downwind here. This is 223, which is 90 degrees off the runway QDM. Once we're abeam there, we're going to start our timer, and we want to fly downwind. The time is 3 times your height above the ground. Your height above the ground is 843, but don't forget we're flying 70 feet higher, so 70 feet on top of 43 is 903. Times 903 by 3, and that's 28 seconds. So that means we need to fly downwind abeam for 28 seconds. We're going to start our descent here, flight level 100, which is the first restriction. And then once we've flown for 28 seconds downwind, we'll select the landing flap, turn left with the autopilot, and then we'll disconnect on base and then land. And test it earlier, worked pretty well. Just struggled a little bit to maintain 1,000 feet. Landing then, shortish runway, 2,100. We'll stop as soon as possible, 180 backtrack, vacate alpha. And we're going to use flat 40 today as well. Missed approach we'll discuss too. I'll respect the stabilised approach criteria, so if I'm not stable, I will go around. Landing weight, we're going to burn 400 plus a bit more circling, so I'd say we're going to burn about 600. Landing's 53.9. Top of descent chat, ladies and gentlemen. Down we go. Flat 40. Order brake 3. And we'll go second detent reverse. Stop as soon as possible. So a lot of information there. I hope you found it interesting. If I confused you at all about the circling approach, I have a very old PMDG circling tutorial, which is best part of 4 years old. I might update it with the PMDG 737, but if you type in YouTube PMDG 737 circling tutorial, you should find my old tutorial there. That's it. Why are you using flat 40, Lucas? It's quite a short runway, 2,100 metres, and I want to stop as soon as possible to do a 180 backtrack. So I could cook the brakes and go max manual and vacate at alpha, but then the fuse plugs will melt. so we want to stop within what the aircraft performance is capable of. And flat 40 on a brake 3 is a nice setting with this aircraft. Brake cooling will be about 15-20 minutes at this gross weight. Bruno, how good is it performance like? Is it really heavy hit on FPS and stuff? It's pretty good. I think it's better than most aircraft and Microsoft Flight Sim I found. Very friendly on the performance. Right, I might start using the alerts more on briefings. It's much better without the distractions. There we go. There is the Norwegian coastline, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful, look at that. Diego, is there something similar to brake to vacate on Boeing? I don't know if the 7.8 has it, but it's pretty rudimentary in the 7.3. You calculate your stopping performance and then just set the order brake. I know the brake to vacate system in the Airbus is pretty fancy. It brakes the exact amount needed to make the exit, doesn't it? Very fancy. I think that's on the 350. I've heard that, JB, yeah, and it has continual brake wear, oil use and hydraulic use. I did actually top up the oil prior to this stream. Actually, it's a bit low, but I think in flight it often drops off a little bit. It's only valid on the ground. Hydraulic's fine. Quantity's often a bit lower in flight because it's holding the gear and flaps up. Well, the flaps. Why is it so bright outside? It's because it's sunny. Oh, the Fly Live overlays worked continuously. Surprise, surprise. That's good. It's supposed to have glowing brakes. Really? Well, yeah, I mean, if they're really hot, they would glow. I don't know about the carbon brakes. So a little bit of an oscillation going on here. Don't know if you can see that. Look, it's going up and down. Sort of calm down a little bit. Now, another thing I've noticed with the PMDG, sometimes flying over waypoints, when it sequences to the next waypoint, watch this, it updates VNAV just by a couple of 100 feet or so. It did it on the approach earlier, just every waypoint it goes, it sort of recalculates VNAV. Usually it's a continuous calculation. Let's see if it does it here. There you go, look. So it's just gone to Zoll, and it's just put this couple of 100 feet there, so it's going to pitch up now to maintain the speed. And it's also doing this weird not idle thrust thing again. Usually the thrust levers would be completely closed, but it seems to have a little bit of thrust on. There we go. That's as much as I can close it, even though it's in arm. It's a bit strange, but as you descend, it seems to further reduce the amount of thrust. There you go. It's reducing thrust now a little bit, but it's in arm. And I've got the physical thrust levers closed. So it shouldn't move at all in arm. It shouldn't move at all. The servo's disconnected, but it's moving in arm. A bizarre one. Pangoni, I think you said 843 plus 70. 903 in the middle of a calculation. Timing might be off. So 903 times that by 3, Pangolin. It should be 27 seconds. So yeah, 28 seconds, 27 seconds for the timing. Rabbitavus, is the weather in Microsoft Flight Sim real-time weather, or do you need an add-on for that? This is real-time Microsoft Flight Sim weather, which does seem to have improved as of late.
50, 40, 30.
Thank you, Shark.
20.
Need to start saving
10.
for your CPL. Don't need to donate, buddy. Thank you.
In fact, I have another question. I'm not from the US, but I plan on moving there after finishing my studies, and my question is, should I join the Air Force, or would that not really matter for application when moving to the US? Thanks again.
So bear in mind, depends where you do your flight training. If you do your flight training in Europe, you might get the EASA license, UK or the CA license now. US FAA, certain flight schools will still issue your country's license issue there. So make sure you get a license for which regards to which country you want to fly. Air Force, I mean, in the US it's sort of one pathway as it is in Europe, but commercial flying's a bit different in the US. You need 1,500 hours before they let you anywhere near like an aircraft like this. In Europe, you don't. You can have minimum hours out of flight training and you can get a right-hand seat job on a jet. So you've got to bear that in mind as well. You will have to spend a lot of time flying, you know, cargo on a sort of single twin-engined turboprop for a while. But that would be quite cool. I wouldn't mind doing that to start with. So yeah, it really depends where you want to live. The Air Force obviously got everything else on the side to do with the Air Force.
Welcome.
You know, all the military training and things like that. Time away from home. For me, doesn't attract us at all. So it's a big decision to make. But going the commercial way, a lot of people ask me how did I did it. I'm not from an affluent background or any financial advantage growing up. I had to take a £70,000 loan out and convince my parents to, or my mum and uncle to secure that against their house. And I was very fortunate at the time to get a job. There wasn't much going on at the time as well, and I paid off that loan in about 6-7 years. So yeah, very lucky. Yeah, very lucky. But I appreciate it. Thank you. Hassan, when is the stress test? So the title of this stream is sort of, I'm not going to be overloading the wings 90-degree turns. Sort of imply we're testing all the systems here. We've done crosswind takeoff earlier, crosswind landing and a procedural approach and a circle to land. On the return sector, I'll be on VATSIM and I'll ask the controller very nicely if there is ATC, if I can fly a missed approach and a standard missed approach, just to see how it's working. I have done one, works very, very well in the 700. There's a few little things there. You seem to get 2 low gear warnings on the go around, and there's no VREF that displays on the PFD if I remember rightly. But yeah, did it well. So I just wanted to show you all these different options available. List of unsubscribe, unbelievable. Hi Christy, just have joined. What's your opinion on the PMDG so far? It's been a very common question. If you have a look at the pinned comment there, and it's time stamped for my last stream, which is my just general opinion on the aircraft, a little bit of comparison to the Zero mod and what I think about it. Is it a worthwhile investment for Microsoft Flight Simulator? 100%. It's a brilliant aircraft for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Brady, if you have questions on joining US Air Force, look up CW Lemoyne. I've heard of him. He actually did a Zebra mod video once. Don't listen to randoms on the internet. I hope I don't fall into that category, Brady. I suppose I'm a little bit random. Mike, does 737 have soft altitude mode? Never heard of it, so I'm guessing no. So when are we going to do the barrel roll this thing? Oh, JB2608. There's always someone requesting to do a barrel roll.
Do a barrel roll!
Diego, would you recommend CAE training centres to become a pilot? I trained at Oxford Aviation Academy, which was CAE now, and I think CAE bought them out, so I think they're okay. They're like all the main ones there. Anyway, let's have a little look at this chart again. So remember, we're flying this part of the SID. Unfortunately, I don't think this chart displays the aircraft. Yeah, so this chart doesn't support moving maps, but we're approaching the Zola VOR. Remember, we're now breaking off the arrival and flying the procedural approach. Aircraft's out of bounds. Let's get rid of that then. Why can't I see the chart? There, there it is. So we're now flying, we'll be flying direct to Carmoy, the Carmoy VOR. We could also descend to 80. That's the minimum level for Zola. VNAV's doing a great job so far. What airport's that? Stavanger. There we are. So just watch as we fly over Zola. You just get these little VNAV updates passing via waypoints. But actually, it updated to be bang on profile there. So very nice. Love the lighting in this sim. Beautiful. Very nice indeed. Should I pop the seatbelt sign on? Asterisk. People living below a Staventry. Alan, thank you. Haugesund is pronounced Haugesund. Haugesund. We're flying to Haugesund. K39, Captain, hope you're well. My Spanish friend just messaged me after watching one of your videos because he didn't know what a tad high meant. I use that word. I say a tad high. That's very English of me. If you don't know, if you're a non-English speaker, a tad high is just a little high. A little high, or a tad low. Brilliant. I love that. Excellent. Pilot Tris, ground effect for elevator on takeoff model. The deadbands, yeah, so yeah, there's certainly, on the 2 takeoffs I've done, or a few takeoffs in the test sectors, you have to increase back pressure at about 9-10 degrees for the continuous rotation rate. Definitely seems to be something there. J-Babe, when we land, I'll have to feed my fish. Fascinating. Look at this weather. Oh, that's so good. It's epic. Oh, look at the clouds. Big picture stuff. Big picture stuff. If you enjoy the sim like that, that's great.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Oh, first it was Stephen Powell. Thank you for the £1.79. Thank you. Very kind of you, sir. And Balaz, I've just seen your comment. We're
50,
Chuck Norris.
40, 30, 20, 10.
It wasn't Pilot Tris, no. It's working well here. It's not as effective though as in X-Plane.
Last one, when Chuck Norris flies, the altimeter setting is 00.00. Chuck Norris is never under pressure.
Oh my goodness, that is brilliant. I don't even have like a soundboard there. I'll give you a Borat one instead.
Wow, it's very nice.
Good joke there. Thank you again, Balsas, for another donation. It's very kind for your banter as well. Thank you indeed. Pilot Tris, the operator. Operate the aircraft, I think. Looking at your picture. Yeah, the deadband is here. It is there very faintly. It's not as pronounced as the real aircraft. You know, in the real aircraft you need a lot more back pressure. In this one it's just a little on the elevator. No, the settings on mine are high-end, guys. I don't use ultra settings in Microsoft Flight Simulator. So there's the decel for 250 below 100. Just a little late, but it is doing something about it, which is good. And if we have a look at our charts, we can now step down to 2,500 feet. The MSA in that sector, I believe, is also the same. So 2,500 feet is set. Just briefly went to FMC speed, and the QNH we can now set as well. 1007, which is there. 9,600 for 2,500 feet, and the standby altimeter is set. No, not in VATSIM. I will be for the return sector. That's super. Absolutely super. Looks beautiful. Rabbit Tavis, yeah, the failures I think are the same as the prepared version. Oh, Brady, not referring to me. I am random though. Too often naysayers who aren't in a position to tell a person no, tell people what they can and can't do when they don't have the first idea. Absolutely. Yes. So it's 2 degrees. Pop a little bit of engine anti-ice on. Coming into a little bit of visible moisture. It does look insane. It does look amazing. Oh, blue alpaca nose there. Love it. So next decel point is to go from 250 to 220 knots at Kilo Romeo Mike. I didn't set up the ILS courses, did I? No. Whoops. So I only briefed the circling element. I actually briefed the localizer element, so we better get that set up. You You can use the AYOP emojis if you so wish. 133. That's why there's two of us. Because Jim, who's a quiet old chap, would have said something. 133. Good job we spotted now, not whilst returning final. And the ILS frequency 191. Frequencies, courses, minimums for the circle. Love that, and it's great. So when you go into cloud, look at everything's getting dark in here. The brightness of the screens, yeah, that's super. It's a very ominous looking cloud, if I'm honest. There we are, flying outbound. 292, 220 knots. Tad high, so I'm honest with that. Sometimes the real aircraft can struggle with its speed, but it's doing an
50,
amazing job
40,
on the profile so
30,
far.
20, 10.
Make that the last one. Thank you very much, Mark Jackson, for the £2. Appreciate it, buddy.
Can you show what your FOV would be?
FOV, field of view. In Microsoft Flight Simulator, I just use the default. I don't know if you can change the FOV in the settings. If you can, I can't remember how to do it, but yeah, sorry. This is just a default view. In X-Plane, I use 105. I know that one. Thank you. Bank angle's still 10 degrees. Thank you. Yeah, actually, I forgot to do the post-cruise check, so pop all the lights on. There's no ATC. We imagine we've got a landing clearance. Fuel, 4 pumps as well. 3 tons on board. Drag required. Yes, it is. So we're using a little bit of speed brake to get back to 220. And angle of bank 25. Pressurization set. Actually, no, the ice can come off. Recall, check's complete. So this is another thing. So we've got 220 knots here. It did this on the test sectors and the last stream. I think VNAV's putting me a tad low. A tad low. It seems to sort of keep you descending. Just don't speed brake there. Keep you descending, and then it's just sort of. I'd expect to be maybe a little bit higher. Oh, actually 4.6. Actually might be all right. Let's just see where it puts us onto final first. Right, we'll do a quick approach check this. So frequencies 1091 set twice, and in the FMC. Final approach course is 133 on the courses. We've got the range rings in as well. Idents, we've got Hotel Delta. Hotel Delta. Standby instruments are all set in the courses as well. Approach check is complete. PMDG destroys Zebo and system for depth and accuracy. Yes, Zebo wins handling because of the platform. I think it's better. I wouldn't say destroys. I think that LNAV and VNAV in the Zebo is better, which is a big part of flying with the automation. And you can see there's an example. VNAV perfectly on profile. Boof, now 400 feet low. Every time you pass a waypoint, it seems to update slightly, and we can descend to 2,000. And we'll go flap 1. Open speed window. And why has it not gone to VNAV path? There it goes, VNAV path. So it is very good. And I think overall the system modelling is better in depth. But the Zebo mod, I wouldn't say it's blasted away. It's probably got a bit more systems modelling than the Zebo mod, but the Zebo mod has a lot modelled as well. So yeah, it's sort of done it. It's VNAV in the PMDG. It does this. It should keep descending. Nice idle thrust. It's now levelling off. Look, it's only doing 100 feet per minute. It does that on every single approach I've tried so far with VNAV. Resultantly, look how low we are on the glide slope. Ideally, it should put you bang on the glide slope. It's definitely something needs to be tweaked there. So we'll set runway heading 133. MPS scales. So the white diamond is the localizer, and the white diamond here is the glide slope. So yeah, it's levelled off here. It should be nice continuous CDA, and it's yeah. Shouldn't be doing that. It's cut the corner slightly. Should be bang on the magenta line. So that, you look, it's even saying that we're 0.3 mile off our track. So 2,000 feet is our final approach fix at Apnea. Looking now our Vorlock. There we are, localizer capture. Runway heading 133, and we're approaching our descent point, so 1,000 feet, VNAV path, speed windows open. And once it gets past the final approach fix, then it starts descending at the correct rate there. So remember, we're going to brake right onto a heading of 178. You can see why we're not using this runway, because look at the tailwind. And we have progress page 2 to check the crosswinds as well. So yeah, it did cut the corner a little bit there, but overall, pretty good. So we're going to do the height check at the final approach fix, which is here, Abmer. We need to be at 2,000 feet, and then it's down the ILS. We're not using the ILS, remember, so don't arm approach. You can see that the VNAV has put us pretty much on the glide slope. So there we are, final approach fix, 2,000 feet was checked, and we have no flags. We'll now configure, get out, flap, 15, match speed, landing checklist, 2 flaps, start switches, continuous, recall check, speed brake. Armed green lights, landing gear down 3 green, auto brake is set to 3, and we'll select the landing flap when we turn final on the other side. It does look amazing. The sim is amazing. It does look amazing. And now VNAV's perfect. Look at this. It's actually flying. It's doing a really good job, the PMDG VNAV. Pretty much on the glide. So if we look outside, maybe a little bit low. Look, 3 reds. But that's okay. So we're not going to do anything until out acquire. But remember, this is an older VNAV out modelled system, but we don't have VNAV out on my fleet. So as soon as it gets to VNAV out, I'm going to push out hold. I'm going to do it at exactly 1,100 feet. So VNAV out, and there's 1,100 feet now, so I'm just going to let it level off and VNAV out. Out holds. And out holds engaged. We're going to push heading select, turn right 178, and set the missed approach altitude, which is 2,500 feet. And want a heading of 178. Corrected for any wind. So you can see the wind's coming from the right, so I'm going to probably go a heading of 181 to track 178. Wait for the wings level, a bit more. So it should be rock solid on 1,100. The autopilot doesn't do the best job at maintaining altitude. So there we are. It's a little bit, yeah, it's a bit high. I pushed out holder to 1,000. So no, we'll keep it. It's a bit above the circling minimum. It's fine. It's not a big problem. So waiting for 20 seconds minus half a tailwind. So it's a headwind actually. So we're actually going to add a couple of seconds. Stunning. 22 seconds, turning downwind, 133. Just keep an eye on the altitude, see what happens on the turn. So 133, just 3 or 4 degrees into the wind here, so we track 133. Checked. See, look, it's descending. It should be rock solid on altitude. It should be rock solid. So it shouldn't be oscillating. That's a great heading for the wind, so 137, but we're tracking 133. Just can't teach it. There we are, climbing again now, about 300 feet per minute, so we should be rock solid at 1,100. So looking at the ND, waiting until we're abeam the 223 radial. Back up to 1,100, it's getting there. It's a visual manoeuvre, you need to be in sight of the runway at all times. This is the lovely MXI design scenery for Haugesund. There we are, abeam, that complies with the green line, so timing again. So remember, 28 seconds minus half a tailwind component, so 8, half that's 4. 28 minus 4 is 24 seconds. There's going to be a lot going on here. Yeah, look at the autopilot, look, 500. It's oscillating all over the place. It is struggling to maintain altitude here. So I'm going to select flat 40 now. Usually we start the turn first, but there's going to be so much going on. So there's 24 seconds. So runway heading 313. And then we're monitoring the trend vector. Flaps 40 green light, lights on, checks complete. That's looking really nice. A little bit high. So if you're coming around the corner and you see 4 whites, you need to do something about it, which is turn on yoke cam first and disconnect. Oh, don't crash. Oh, thank you. Don't forget to reduce thrust. Set about 1,000 feet per minute. Recycle the flight. Shut up. That's a very excessive rate of descent. Right, so 1,000 feet per minute, and this is where you need Tobii Eye Tracker or something like that, because I cannot see at all. Ah, 2 reds, 2 whites. Sus. Maximum 30 degrees. And then a nice crosswind as well. So watch out for that wind, because it will blow you downwind. And that feels good. A little bit too much thrust there. About 50% of the 700. 2 reds, 2 whites. And we've got a 13 knot crosswind. So now I'm sort of on the centre line. Get that crab angle established. About there.
400.
Looking good. Bit more thrust. A little high again, so keep descending.
300.
There we are. 2 reds, 2 whites. Keep that picture now all the way till touchdown. Crabs extended. Crosswind, remember to put the windscreen slightly upwind of the centre line. Lots of little changes. Speed's bang on. 2 reds, 2 whites. A little bit high now. Right rudder. Aileron into wind.
50. 40. 30.
Check.
20.
Close.
10.
Right rudder. Yeah, you need a lot more. No, I didn't need any aileron. That's not quite right. Right, speed brakes up. And reverses I'm having to use here. Yeah, I didn't need any aileron input, guys, there. For 14 knots, you'd need a bit of aileron there. I didn't need any. 100 knots. 80. Manual braking. And 60 knots, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Haugesund. Pronunciation unknown. Right, we'll do a 180 on the runway. Yeah, not bad. The actual circle went really well. The autopilot very much struggled to maintain altitude at one point, but the crosswind landing, yeah, it's a Microsoft flight sim thing. I didn't need any aileron. You saw the flight controls, maybe a tiny amount, but I'd expect to have to use a lot more than I actually did there. Shame, but it'll improve. It'll improve, and I very much say that's not a PMDG thing. That's a Microsoft flight sim thing. Right, 180 on the runway. That is not turning anywhere near it as much as it should. Oh, blimey! You know, it's sort of understeering a little bit there. Should have done a tighter turn. Not sure why. Cool. Taxi back onto stand, and I will come on VATSIM for the return sector, guys. Not bad. What was my landing rate? That's the big thing I need to know. Flaps coming up. Yeah, nose steering is too wide, but I don't know what's going on there, because I've tested it before and it was perfect. Minus 160, not bad, not bad. That would be a great landing on the X-Plane butter calculator, not quite a butter. Too bad no replay. Now I will look into that. And could anyone actually answer this question? I know there is a replay utility for Microsoft Flight Simulator, but does it screw up with the aircraft afterwards? Because I like to stay in the simulator if I do multiple sectors. It's nice to keep the continuation, if you know what I mean. Stay on the exact stand. Does it mess with that? That's my next question. So 3,100. We should wait until we're off the runway, but I will just set this to out off. There's no one here. The rudder is definitely affecting the rudder votes. I'm having to use right rudder to maintain here, or left rudder to maintain center line. Right, max 10 knots for turns. There's 10 knots. It is. That's full left rudder now. It's understeering. Why it's doing that? It's not wet or anything. It's struggling to make sharp turns at the moment, which is weird because it didn't on any of the other flights. Yeah, circle was good. Hope you enjoyed the demonstration anyway. Probes can come off. Did I not turn engine anti-ice off? I did. And APU. I will take stand number 1. So if you could be so kind, if you do wish to join me on VATSIM to choose another stand, that would be highly appreciated. If not, I'll just I'll connect after I'm airborne. And we'll just ignore the fact that there's a truck here. Damn random Microsoft Flight Simulator stuff. So when you can put taxi on stand without a marshal or guidance sometimes, as long as you have approval, and you can then just judge it where the stop sign is. Brakes are a little bit aggressive here. Check if you don't have a gear failure. Wasn't that cheeky? About there, I think. Parking brake is set. Let's rate my parking. Oh, I overshot it slightly. That random truck there as well. Unbelievable. Yeah, very good flight. Overall, very, very good. Just wait for that APU to get booted up. Oh, I haven't turned the taxi on music in. There we go. APU is available. 2 blues, 1 red. Engines are dead. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome for the first ever time in a Flight Deck Sim live stream to Haugesund. Pronunciation issues there. Did I not set the QNH? I definitely set the QNH, I remember. Must have accidentally knocked that. There we are, 2.6 tonnes of fuel. Fuel burners as expected with all that messing around we did. Let's do the transit flow here. So open, voice recorder we don't have, anti-cold light can come off, and 2000 standby. We then complete the checklist. Superb. Oh yeah, we need to get all the doors open, the stairs. I like to make it as realistic as possible, as all of you like to as well. Little PMDG 737 is amazing and all that, but Zebos 3 are definitely not short of any crucial features. Yes, Little, don't ever discount the Zebo mod. The PMDG is amazing and excellent, and I think fairly priced, albeit I don't like the fact that if you want the 800 you're going to have to pay again, but that's my personal view. They can charge whatever they like. But the Zebo mod is still excellent, and PMDG is also excellent. Both have their own quirks and features. There's things that need to be rectified with this, but the overall 737 experience, I'm going to improve the score today. It was 8.5 out of 10, I'll put 8.9 out of 10. AP bleed is off, that's fine. Captain Shazza, the temperature outside is 10 degrees, you wouldn't need the APU bleed on. We'll manage the checklist is done. Let me just go here to FS Actions. We'll get the ground services. We're going to have the GPU cart available, put the chocks in. Request ground power, we don't need air starter or air conditioning. We're going to request fuel later. I'll do that when I get back after a short break. We are on the stairs. We're going to request 1 left stairs and 2 left stairs for boarding. We'll get a bus here. We'll imagine someone threw up, and we'll offload the passengers. 0. Deplane start. Oh, you can deplane, that's really cool. We'll get forward galley here. We don't need aft galley. We don't need the loaders. Let's just get the stairs attached. That's mega, isn't it? GPU is available, so you can put that on. Turn off the APU. The bus should be driving. I like how they don't just appear; they drive in. It's a really cool touch. There's that oblivious fan as well. Let's get the doors open as well. So return, doors opening, and now we can deplane the aircraft payload. No, menu, FS Actions, ground services. Why is that greyed out still? Ah, there we go, just came up now. Deplane, perfect, we're offloading the passengers. There we go. Let me have a little look at the comments here on the approach before I have a quick break for the return sector. I'll need about 10 minutes or so. Is it time for crab? Yeah, what are the random crabs on the brakes you guys do? I don't understand. Graphics look really like the real thing. They do. Very impressed with the graphics. I really like the ground service on the PMDG. It's an awesome touch, and how they sort of operate in real time as well. And driver, that is awesome. Know about what model matching using the IAG models. 10 degrees weather, didn't they get the memo for about summer up there? It's always cold in this part of the world. They'll all be wanting to go to Spain around here. Excellent. AP bleeds off, perfect. I think I read the roast. And on the approach there on the circle, I think you're all very quiet and chat, just having a look at me fly, see what we're doing. The flight recorder works nice, but you'll need to leave the airplane fully configured, otherwise it'll get a bit all wacky. That's why I've been avoiding using it there. I would not trust any replay mod to continue using the same aircraft. You may have to reload. I love replays, and they're great and explain. I'll probably won't mess around with the aeroplane, so I can just stay in the sim for continuity. I'd rather do that. Awesome, guys. So I will have a quick break. If you wish to return, if you wish to come with me on VATSIM, feel free to log in. The flight plan information, if you use the command !route is there. probably be getting airborne in 30-45 minutes from now, because I will have a break, as I said. And yeah, we'll fly back to Malmo, and we'll do a missed approach off the ILS there. Quite a strong crosswind, or a brisk crosswind forecast there. Guys, I'll see you all in about 5-10 minutes. Cheers. Hello everyone, thanks a lot for that intermission, a lot longer than I expected. I don't know what happened, I just got back and Microsoft Flight Simulator was off. I literally touched nothing, and I was like, okay, that's a bit unusual. So I just had to reload the simulator, and whilst I loaded in, I went back on the stand, and I accidentally pressed the reset the aircraft CG or whatever, not CG, aircraft CG, it was like the aircraft config file, and I had lost all of my configuration that I have it at my operator, so I had to reselect everything. I think I've done it, I probably missed a thing or two, and it took about 5-10 minutes longer, so I have no idea why it closed or shut down. I literally left it as it was. Could have been linked to about deboarding or deplaning maybe, I don't know, but yeah, I've got it pretty much exactly as it was before. On stand 1, we'll imagine for the sake of continuity that the sim didn't shut down and all is a-okay. There we are on that sim. I've just realised I forgot to update fly live, so I'm just going to swap that round, and our call sign now is 2 Mike X-ray, so okay, that should now have updated up there for you guys. And yeah, I've got to go see this CSL. This is basically the first time, well, I did a quick test one with one of the members, that you guys have seen another Alpaca Airways livery. Someone has made this. I added it to the model matching for V-Pilot, and there we are. It's another Alpaca Airways aircraft. Now, it matches, I think, the configuration that I have, so you can see the doors open because my doors open, etc, etc. But look, 2 Alpaca Airways 737-700s. We've got a Scandinavian 737-700 here as well, Norwegian over there too. Looking really good. Thanks for joining me here. We have ATC, not at the airport. There is an area centre controller online who will be able to provide ATC, I think, for departure. We even have Etihad here. And look at this dramatic sky here as the sun begins to set. We'll enjoy a lovely sunset on our way back to Sweden and Malmo. So, imagine we've done the walk around. We'll jump into the cockpit. Ooh, we have a bit of Boeing sky interior lighting here. Alpaca blue, let's call that. And into the cockpit we can jump. Perfect. Oops, wrong button. There we go. Oh yeah, look, let's put the squawk at 1, 2, 3, 4 again. So I think we're pretty much configured as it was. You know, unfortunately it's a shame because everything's been reset. I think the frequencies, the ILS, the courses look all back on 0, so I'll have to just update that when we get everything set up there. Welcome back, Flight Sim. Thanks, Sammy, Tech Cookie. We've got Adola here. Vanguard, that's me in Alpaca 1 Victor Alpha. Excellent. I'll probably be pushing back in about 15-20 minutes. We've just got to get everything set up here. Let me just sort the lighting out here too. Turn up the panel lighting, and the dome light can come on. Oh, that is very bright. And the panel lighting, the lighting in here is very, very good. It's better than Zebo and the X-Plane. Very, very nice lighting. And we'll turn up the panel lighting for later as well. Perfect, so there is some ATIS. Let's see if I can grab that, and we'll write that down for Haugesund, 118175. It does take an age to get this tuned on the radio tuning panel. Go.
10, 2.6, QNH 1007. This is Carmi Information, Quebec. HUM 1720 Zulu. Expect RNC approach. Runway in use 31. Transition level 85. For clearance and startup, contact approach 119.6. Wind 260 degrees 13 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers, or more. Clouds. View at 1,600 feet. Broken at 4,700 feet. Broken at 10,000 feet.
Okay.
Temperature 2.6. QNH 1007.
Excellent. So we've got the ATIS. QNH is 1007. Still quite a brisk wind. We could just reset to hectopascals. And we'll set an M3 level. I'll just turn that down for now. Juan Andres Penila, thank you very much for your membership. Welcome aboard, buddy. Glad you enjoyed the content. I'm sorry if I completely butchered your name there. Appreciate the support. I hope you're doing well. And I don't know if that's Portuguese, Brazilian, wherever you are in the world. Thank you very much. And you get invited to our members only Discord, of course. Cheers, buddy. Right, 1100 feet set. I'm not good at my pronunciations here. That will do for us. One superpower I haven't yet developed is listen to ATIS and ATC at the same time whilst not missing anything. Can one learn that? Not really, list them in. That's why you can't get the ATIS and monitor ATC. It's impossible. The human brain can't really, without having specific training, be able to absorb that sort of information at the same time. So yeah, whenever it's two of us, pilot monitoring is getting the weather, whilst the other guy has the radio. You can certainly listen out for your frequency, but you won't be able to continue copying the ATIS. Right, let's do the passenger loading as well, because that was all reset, I think. So menu, FS actions, payload, we'll take 100, no, we want to do the proper loading, don't we? So FS actions, ground services, there we are. So we've got ground power connected and the stairs. Fuel then, so I just reset it to 2.5 because the whole sim reset. Let me grab OFP number 2. Where's my PDF for that? Here we go. So we're going to take a little bit of extra fuel because a few of you on VATSIM. It's a bit of a quicker flight time, nice tailwind. 4.6, 5.6, let's take 5.8, which is an extra 30 minutes because I want to do a go around later and we might have to hold if a lot of you decide to join. So 5.8 is there. We'll call for the fuel truck. Take a while for that to arrive, and boarding. We're going to have 148 passengers again, full load, and I'll request the bus and the cabin cleaning again. Hopefully that wasn't what caused the sim to crash. There's the bus arriving with our passengers coming from the runway. We need to get that alpaca-lised. Here's the fuel truck as well. Where's that flashing light coming from? Oh, it's from the baggage cars. That's superb. Connecting the passenger bus.
Minimums.
And passenger bus is connected.
Approaching.
And here's catering as well. So we'll start boarding. And hopefully we can also start the fuel attaching the fuel truck. Bounce 1 year, 5 months, 19 days, but who's counting? Not me, well, you are, clearly. Thank you, buddy. And thank you for all your time and effort in improving the membership for all the members, all your lovely liveries for the channel too. Cheers, buddy. Those cleaners causing the sim to crash, sack 'em, I know. So that's master caution doors, they're opening doors. There they are, the R2 door opening. Looks like the fuel truck's all connected now. So, start. There we are, fueling is on its way. Right, now we can get into the nitty gritty. So, ident, I'll have to do this again because we had to load up the sim. Let me bring up the operational flight plan for you. So, Echo November Hotel Delta. I think because the iris is already aligned, we don't need the position, no, it's in. And we do have to type it again annoyingly. Echo November Hotel Delta, and we're flying to Malmo. Back to Malmo, Echo Sierra, Mike Sierra. Call sign for return sector is Alpaca to Mike X-ray. And runway 35 in use. 35, where am I? I'm back in Malmo. Runway 31 in use. It'll be the PEVEB 1 kilo. And from PEVEB, routing will be Lima 621. To AMSEV. From AMSEV direct to Madag. Lima 621 to Ernov. And then it's going to be an Ernov 1 Tango arrival. So which approach is Ernov 1 Tango for? Star. Ernov 1 Tango for runway 35 down there. So, Ernov 1 Tango. It'll be ILS 35 via, not the sub transition. It's that's the beacon. So we'll activate and execute that via M610. Excellent, which is already in the FMC. So M610, and then my will just route direct to the centre fix. Perfect. Centre fix, execute. And as a gross error check, you see ground distance 393 here. We've got 423, quite a lot of extra track miles actually. I don't know if there's been a duplication of our route here. Usually when you're flying on other rivals, it'll probably just be a sim briefing, because I don't think the sim brief... the real operational flight plan will have all the waypoints in for the expected star. I think for sim brief... Oh no, it does have it, M610. So I'm quite surprised that there's a significant difference. I would say a significant difference, but I was expecting it to be pretty much exactly the same. Well, routing looks okay. Nothing been duplicated. Enroth Babsy. Okay, well, we've checked it. We'll just have to see what happens. I'll be looking into that in a bit more detail if it's in real life. But yeah, gross error check. This says 423 miles. The operational flight plan is 393. So it's about a 25-mile difference. That'll be fine. We've activated and executed the flight plan. Looking into the performance now. Zero fuel weight is in. 43.6 reserves for our alternate, which is Copenhagen, is 1.8, very close by. Cost of Nix is 30, cruising at 39,000 feet on the way back. That's executed. Overhead panel, 39,000 feet. Elevation in Malmo is 237 feet, so all set 250. Top of climb wind is 263 at 39. That is set. The transition altitude departing Haugesund, 7,000 feet. And top of climb outside air temperature, not the deviation I saw, it was the top of climb temperature, is, for you guys, minus 49. So minus 49. Perfect. Again, OPT, guys, it's a shorter runway here. So we'll go 22k because again at my operator we're not allowed to select a lower D rate, and I'll go 60. It's more than sufficient. In the OPT it is differing. I must have a look at that OPT available online there. When those things come out I'll definitely be switching to Microsoft Flight Simulator. Not sure what 747 sim is referring to. It would be cool if GSX is available. Yeah, that was all the ground vehicles and things and prepared. I heard, we've seen, that's pretty cool there. I don't know if there's an equivalent for X-Plane 11, there probably is. Cool. That's performance is done then. Take off flat 5. CG. Now are we not? Fueling is done now. 5.8. So I think it was 5.8 we asked for. Just check the flight plan again. Yes, it was. So CG is in. 5.46. V speeds 117, 118, 121. No, hold on. Are we still boarding? Why are those V speeds so much lower? I don't know if this is based off a different gross weight. Yeah, okay, so I think the zero fuel weight, it's reactive to the actual boarding going on, but I can put the estimated zero fuel weight, which is 51.3, and it will be that after boarding. So I think it's just updating based off, you know, the fact that the passengers are loading, it just updates it. 'Cause obviously, in real life, you can't push the zero fuel weight, but it doesn't automatically populate. So I think because it's still simulating loading passengers, the zero fuel weight is obviously constantly changing in the aeroplane there. Flight time. How do you choose the selected outside air temperature on the N1 limit? Does that act as flex on Airbus? I believe it's the same as flex, and it's from an OPT or a performance table, which will basically reduce the thrust up to a certain amount to ensure that whatever the main limitation is, or generate something called an RTOW weight, the most limiting weight based on loads of different factors. Here, it'd probably be reduced if you were heavier to the field length limit, because it's only a 2,000 metre runway here. Yeah, there's so much performance available in the 700. You can always derate in most situations. Right, V2 131 set, overhead panel van, electric control pumps are off. There we go, fuel is good, got it all set up for the return sector. Ignition was reset. Backs can come off for now, and that's all looking good. We'll put the logo light on as it's getting dark. Right, cool. Runway 31 for departure then. QDM is 313. We'll need to backtrack here, so it will be a bit delayed getting out. 313. I'll set the courses to 313 as well. Course is 313. Flight directors we can pop on. Stop altitude on the SID, which I'll brief for you guys shortly, is 6,000 feet. We haven't got a clearance yet, so I'll put 6,100. That's to remind us we don't have clearance. Order brake to RTO, reset fuel flow. Lower DU for the engine start. FLC legs for Jim. And all looking good down here. Perfect. Let's try and grab our clearance. We do have approach online. There's so many frequencies here. On the frequency branch of 11906. Smooth flying. Do you think Navigraph's worth it? Yeah, I think it's absolutely worth it. Was it €8-9? I pay for it. It comes out, I think it's €8.70 for the full package. If you're going to be taking your simming seriously, you want up-to-date charts, and the Navigraph Charts Overlay is a great app as well. It's a fair price, I think. Right. So I think we're all tuned up here. Let's see if we can get our clearance. Approach, hello, it's Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray on stand 1 in Haugesund. Copied latest information and departure clearance to Malmo, please.
Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray, hello, clear to Malmö, PWeb 1 kilo departure, climb to 6,000 feet on squawk 4213.
Cleared to Malmo on the PEVIC 1 kilo departure, climb 6,000 feet, squawk 4213, Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray.
Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray, read back correct.
Perfect, so we've got our clearance, that is 6,000 feet, squawk 4213. And PEVIC, or PEVEB 1 kilos in the box. So all we've got to do is brief it, guys. I'll get the APU cranked up. I wanted to be out at 1800 Zulu, so that was about 10 minutes ago, running a little bit late. So, taxi, very straightforward, guys. We're going to push back from our stand number 1. We might go into the cul-de-sac here. Could be a long push back to exit via Alpha or Bravo. I'm actually going to wait because it's quite quick from selecting it and then pushback coming in as well, along with all that funny audio. And we'll enter the runway via Alpha or Bravo, and it's going to be a backtrack. There's Charlie. Can I get Alpha or Charlie? Probably not. Go Alpha or Bravo. Backtrack, not too long to backtrack, all the way full length for runway 31. And the departure is going to be the PEVEB 1 kilo, as we've just been cleared, climbing straight ahead to 4,000 feet. So it's runway track all the way out to 4,000 feet, and you can see it's a conditional waypoint, so you can use LNAV. It should only command the turn once you get to 4,000 feet. And it's put it as a stop altitude. It shouldn't be a stop, so I'll delete that. Invalid delete, interesting. Well, it's put it as a hard altitude for some reason, I don't know why. But I will put 6,000 feet in the next one. Eventually we're going to make a left turn to Hotel Delta 801. And once we're there, it's to Hotel Delta 802, 803, and then PEVEB. It's all in the FMC. Look at that, PEVEB are already approaching our cruise level. All RNAV, all in the box. MSA 42, GNSS required. You'll get radar vectored for cleared direct routings. Make sure you clear your gradients. There we are, pretty straightforward. So, have a little bit of terrain and airport for now. APU on the bus. Blinking light, yeah, you do get a quick flash of the dome light. It's not off as long as that, but it's pretty cool to see that they've noted little things when you switch buses and things like that. That's nice. Right, let's check the loading, get everything unplugged here. So PMDG, no it's not, it's FS Actions, fuel. So we've got sufficient fuel, that's the quick load feature. Payload, that's the quick load feature, all on board. Ground services then, so we can release the ground power. We can release the fuel truck. See the fuel's already started going down from the APU. We can release the stairs, the passenger bus, the cleaning. Release the loaders. And then we'll remove the chocks once all that's done. Oop, things disappearing. Oh, look at this weather. Bit of a tight apron here. I'll request push to start in about 2 or 3 minutes. Let's just get rid of everything here. You can disable the audio in the pushback tool, but I want to kind of hear it it is okay. It's just on the better pushback I'm used to in X-Plane, you can request pushback really early and then just release the parking brake as needed. But it does take some time to get it set up. On this, it's quite good. Once you've called for pushback, it's pretty much ready within a minute. So I can request push and start first, see what he wants to do, and then set it up. Yeah, John, EFB ground. Yeah, the ground surface controls. Great to have all these features. I'm thinking in an EFB it would be better. Like just keep the FMC as an FMC. That's just my personal choice. It just takes some time to find all the bits and pieces, but overall it's pretty good. Great to have all the features here. It's basically saving you having to spend money on third-party ground equipment. Things like start fueling and stuff, I wish you could just start that automatically. I think that's pretty much all done. So we'll remove the chocks. Looks like we're all clear here, so we'll request push to start. Just have a little listen out. Whenever you talk on the radio, guys, same in real life, one of my pet hates actually, always listen out for a few seconds before you transmit, because you don't know if someone's just requested something. Seems all quiet for now. The Alpaca 2 mic X-ray on stand 1, request push and start.
Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray, push and start approved, QNH 1007.
Push start approved, QNH 1007, Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray. So he's not instructed a direction. There is an Alpaca here, so what I might just do is a little pushback sort of into this corner. So pre-plan. Loading. Sort of into Bravo a little bit without hitting the wingtip. It's a bit of a non-standard push, but something like that will work fine. And enter. Request pushback.
Cockpit to ground.
This is ground. Stand by.
So packs off. AP bleed on. Master caution. Air conditioning dual bleed. Anti-collision light is on. Parking brake all set. Always make sure it's set before you release the chocks. And transponder out off. TGN2, it's quite normal in Norway to do straight pushback pushes where the aircraft turns on its own. Yeah, I remember from Oslo, there's quite a number of stands. So that's sort of going to be doing that. It's Edinburgh in Scotland, they do that too, a few of the stands. Ooh.
Okay, sir, the bypass pin is installed. All doors and hatches closed.
Nordic 101, report passing altitude.
For start and push.
Okay, cleared for push start. Please release parking brake.
Yeah, parking
brakes are released.
Commencing pushback, you can start the engines in sequence.
Yeah, we'll start in the sequence.
Great add-on. Very, very nice. Completely free. There's some great... I mean, a lot of people are making some great stuff for this sim. Hopefully I won't whack the wing, but we'll start now engine number 2. Ed 2. Oil pressure, and then one.
Oscar Kilo Delta Charlie Lima, Solar Radar Hello, clear to Malmö, headed 1 kilo departure, climb to 6,000 feet and squawk 6450.
Kind of block my colleague in a little bit here. If you're on stand 9 and watching the stream, feel free to push back in over there or something.
Okay, pushback completed. Please set your parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Parking brake set. Lowering
Canadian
aircraft.
53 Echo, Solar Radar Hello, identified, climb flight
Choppy
level
audio.
150.
You may disconnect.
Is anyone else having choppy audio
Okay,
issues?
sir. Cleared to
Stream
disconnect.
issues?
Pin has been removed. See you at the side. Have a good flight.
Oh, helps us.
Holding position waiting for the visual. Thank you and goodbye.
Just Ren, stream lagging? Any issues? Oh, really?
Alpaca 320 Solar Radar Hello, clear to Malmö, headed 1 kilo departure, climb to
Okay,
6,000
let me have a look at Streamlabs here.
3412.
I've got no issues my side. Oh dear. Streamlabs saying no issues. Just yeah, guys, do a refresh. Do a screen refresh. Everything's fine. My side. Streamlabs no issues.
320 Squawk 3412.
Squawk 3412.
Yeah, it could be a YouTube issue then. Everything's A-OK. In the green.
Read back correct.
Little light shop. Yeah, guys, do a full refresh. Refresh the windows thing. It could be anything there.
Scandinavian 456 straight push to not block taxiway behind you. It's approved and start up as well. 291
So start account monitoring number 1.
Solar approach, Alpaca
631 looking stable. Let's go.
Alpaca 1 Victor Alpha Taxi Bravo, backtrack and line up runway 31.
Taxi Bravo, line up and backtrack runway 31, Alpaca 1 Victor Alpha.
Look, I remember the flaps.
Alpaca 320, pretty ready,
Flight control.
Alpaca 320, push and start approved, QNH 107.
Right, rudders.
And yeah, just a like you have a 737 behind you.
And recall, blank lower to you, and then we'd read the before taxi checklist. It's weird how the plus 60 moves. Alpaca, that's wrong button, that's the parking brake release. Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray request taxi.
Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray taxi to holding point Charlie.
Taxi holding point Charlie, Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray. So that was the one off the chart.
Alpaca 1 Victor Alpha is holding position for the pushing traffic.
Over here then.
Alpaca 1 Victor Alpha, confirm you're not able to pass.
Confirm not able to pass.
Scandinavian 456 I told you not to block the taxiway behind you.
Oh, you can get through there. Actually, in real life, I wouldn't be too happy to go through that.
Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray, hold your position.
Taxi, it's fine.
Alpaca 1 Victor Alpha, are you able to make a 180 and taxi out via Alpha behind you?
No, stop blocking it now.
Let me ask for some ground personnel to advise me just a second.
Yeah, roger. Scandinavian 53 Echo, contact Polaris control.
Look at the anti-coal flashing on the ground. It's mega.
Polaris 121.
I think he wanted him to do a 180 to exit by here.
Nordic 101, contact Polaris.
I could be really sneaky here.
Really
sneaky here.
121,550 Nordic 101, mate.
Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray. I can enter via Alpha and backtrack if that helps.
Give way to a company behind me, and then they can go onto Alpha.
1 Victor Alpha, yes, so then just hold your position and Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray via Alpha, backtrack and line up runway 31.
Via Alpha, line up, backtrack runway 31, Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray. Can we get a cheeky comment there? That's how you get ahead. Right, do a quick config. No takeoff config warning. Sim's looking amazing. The carnage ensued ahead of us was to our advantage. Right, let's do the before takeoff checklist. Config we checked, flaps we have 5 green light, 5 green light, stab trim set for departure. I don't think I set that. 6 units, that's why we do checks, ladies and gentlemen. Six units, set, takeoff briefing. Pax auto, bleeds on, V-speed set for departure, 129, 130, 131 set. We're flying the PEVEV 1 kilo departure, straight ahead 4,000 feet, left back turn and inbound to Hotel Bravo. What was our first waypoint called? Hotel Bravo, Hotel Delta 801, stop altitude 6,000 feet. NA DP2, any problems will climb straight ahead to 5,000, MSA was 4-2. So imagine that's reviewed, cabin secure, checks complete, and below the line, so MCP is set, transponder, TARA, And strap ons on, wait for takeoff clearance.
Hold your position.
Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray will be ready for departure upon reaching 3-1.
Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray, roger, cleared for takeoff runway 31, wind 240 degrees, 140.
Runway 31 cleared takeoff, Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray. So we've got that crosswind to deal with again, shouldn't be too bad, 14 knots. Toga's in chat, let's get out of here. Sneaky, it was sneaky. Now Toga, yeah, would struggle off 3-1 here. It's a very, very narrow 180 here.
Alpaca 1 Victor Alpha, I think I can go past the other
What's happened to the
SCS.
turning circle on this? Used to be really
Alpaca
good,
1
but
Victor Alpha, roger,
what
down
I've
here, contact the holding point
yeah,
Charlie.
not tight enough.
Taxi to holding point Charlie, Alpaca 1 Victor
I'm
Alpha.
trying to slow down. I should be able to turn a little bit tighter now. I'm only doing 2 knots.
Alpaca 320, you can taxi behind company to holding point Charlie.
Not bad. Alright. There we are. So timing. Get my chair comfortable. They are stabilised. Set takeoff thrust.
Oscar Charlie Lima, standby.
So look for 86.0. Takeoff thrust set. Indications normal. Checked. Release forward pressure. So here comes the right rudder in. A little bit of aileron into wind.
Captain, run 456.
We go.
Standby.
Yeah, I didn't need it. Oh,
Alpaca 1 Victor Alpha, backtrack, line up and wait, runway 31.
looking good. There's LNAV.
Line up and wait, runway 31 by the backtrack,
Where
Alpaca
flight
1
route is
Victor
going
Alpha.
off. There it is, lowering now to accelerate. There's that speed trim system just firing off on its own, but I think someone said it's just audio, which makes sense, because the aircraft's not doing anything. Flap 1.
Scandinavian 456, taxi to holding point Charlie.
And flaps up.
Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray, report your passing altitude.
Passing 2,500 for altitude 6,000 feet, Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray.
Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray, roger. Clear the left turn, direct PRF and climb level 170.
Left turn direct to PRF, climb flight level 170, Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray. The LNAV's working perfectly, so 4,000 feet conditional altitude, remember, it'll only command the turn at 4,000. We'll set 170. I just want to see if the LNAV turns at 4,000 feet, so just pitch up here. True. So let's see. LNAV looks really nice here on this departure. So there's 4,000 feet, commanding the turn. Very nice PMDG, very nice indeed. Direct PEV, execute, LNAV, VNAV, and set standard, delete restriction. So I'm sort of half flying off the restrictors, off the directors, there we are. Passing 5 to flight level 170, and then we'll do the after takeoff checklist by PM, but I'm just going to enjoy myself here. I still get a lot of pleasure out of flying in flight sim, it's great.
Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray, confirm turning for PVEP.
AFEB turning to PEVEP now, Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray. Ooh, some funky MAC number here, I need to disable that because I accidentally reset all the options, don't have that my operator. Well, we do, but not that low.
Oscar Charlie Lima, pushing start approved, QNH 1.
So my operator as well has been cleared to a higher level above 15,000. We delete climb thrust, go full climb, so press delete. There you go. If you ever, as a passenger, when you hear that sound, it's because we've gone full climb.
Runway 31, clear for takeoff.
So going to do direct PEV again.
Runway 31, Alpaca 1 Victor Alpha.
That's it. 4,500 feet, completely normal.
Alpaca 320 behind departing company.
This is great.
737, backtrack line up runway 31 behind.
Hey, Joe. He's just licked my arm. I don't know if you saw it. Passing 100 for 170. It's going to command the acceleration.
Alpaca 2, Mike X-ray, contact Polaris control, 121.550, so long.
121.550, Alpaca 2, Mike X-ray, bye. So we preset that. Polaris Centre, hello, it's Alpaca 2, Mike X-ray. Climb flight level 170, inbound PEVEB.
Alpaca 2, Mike X-ray, Polaris, hello, climb flight level 390.
Flight level 390, Alpaca 2, Mike X-ray. So, into cloud here, let's get the autopilot in now. So, command, engine anti-ice coming on. Do the after takeoff checklist and the pre-cruise checks then.
Flight level 100.
Engine anti-ice on, air conditioning and pressurisation, 4.9. Set. Release cabin crew. Pre-cruise checks, fuel 4 pumps, 5.2, lights, logo, 5.0, set. Release passengers. Very cool. Checks complete. What do you reckon, guys? That was a wicked, absolutely wicked. Take off again. Not enough crosswind corrections. You'd require a lot more crosswind correction in reality with that sort of wind, but that is again a Microsoft Flight Sim limitation. But the systems on departure there were very, very good. The conditional waypoint was commanded correctly, 4,000 feet. Because I kind of like half had my hand off the thrust levers, it stayed in the climb takeoff thrust setting. There wasn't any noise. Yeah, it was really, really quite nice. Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't quite set 3.9 there.
Nordic 4 for Mike, Polaris, hello, climb flight level 320.
Yeah, really, that was a 10 out of 10 departure, apart from the crosswind handling, but system-wise, very good. Above the clouds now. Look how it's getting brighter in the flight deck.
Polaris, good day, North Shuttle 5962, flight level 310.
Stunning.
Inbound Amsterdam.
North Shuttle 5962, Polaris, hello.
Another cloud. How you finding Thrustmaster yoke subsonic? Yeah, really like it. As close as I can get, I think, to a desktop sim to replicating the control column work. Much lighter, of course. There's not as much weight behind it, but the inputs are very comparable, both for the Zebo and this.
Good evening,
just by default.
Control, this is 918 at 210.
Much of a cruise here.
918, hello, climb flight level 290.
Wow.
North Shuttle 5962, direct bar up.
Direct bar up. Sorry, say again, North Shuttle 5962.
Really good.
Your last waypoint, bar up.
The whole experience in the sim now is very, very good.
Finnair 918, contact Sweden 118.4.
Contact Sweden 118.4, Finnair 918. Thank you, goodbye. North Shuttle 59.
Should still be bright, I think, by the time we get there. Yeah, it'll be a lovely sunset approach. Yeah, I need to have a little play here, because I accidentally, when the sim crashed on the brake there, I accidentally reset the entire thing, so I've got all sorts of funky options here,
control,
which I don't have on my operator.
Victor Alpha, passing flight level 120 for flight level 170.
Cheers, Tomlinson, I just saw your message on that.
Alpaca 1 Victor Alpha, hello, climb flight level 350.
So, PMDG setting.
Climb flight level 350, Alpaca 1 Victor Alpha.
Hello, Alpaca.
And what's the another station calling?
North Shuttle 5962, request flight level 360.
Your battery is
North Shuttle 5962, Roger, climb flight level 360.
Climb flight level 360, North Shuttle 5962.
Scanner 7812, taxi Yankee Stan 33.
Yankee Stan 33, 812.
no issues.
Scanner 7077, offer to the sea and come on to direct.
Zephyr Scandinavian 777.
Scanner 7077, all further to sea, uniform on straight.
Okay, monitor Unicom.
Marcio NG's had that.
For the service, you have a good night.
Nordic 636, descend and ready, flight level 100, here to 3 November, arrival.
What are the descent flight level 100?
Oxhill for the BBJ, yeah, we were discussing that in Discord. I think it just basically, it gets popped from the auxiliary tank into the centre tank. It's got a huge amount of range, I believe. Sunset, Malmo's 1904. Cheers, this is in Zulu. Oh, it's going to be perfect. It'll be after sunset we land it.
Hearing for Papa, contact Cobra again, 121-375, bye-bye.
121-375, hearing for Papa, thank you, bye-bye.
Let's turn this down slightly. Beautiful. Very enjoyable indeed. I know that it's a Flight Sim 2020 stream, it says Lucas 2010-2004, but do you remember your FOV settings in X-Plane? Yes, 105 is my field of view settings.
Hearing from 411, contact Sweden, 118.4.
Yeah, sorry about the level, I was still hand flying. Hey Anthony, hope you're doing well, buddy. Thanks as usual for popping in. Can't believe my first 2 streams have done 2 sectors. Not sure if there'd be snow vest on top of these hills this time of year. I'm not from Norway, I would not know.
Scanner 26 kilo frequency.
So again, little jittery movements in the wing. Personally, I'm not such a fan of that. I mean,
Scanner 26
it
kilo,
should
alert,
be very still
flying
unless it was
330.
turbulent.
Yeah, back to Nordic close Mike.
What level do you hand fly to on the line, Sam? We can fly up to 24,500 feet. Below that, yep, anytime you want to hand flying. Obviously, airspace permitting, you know, if you're flying through London airspace, still on Heathrow, you're not going to start hand flying in the busiest TMA in the world.
Scanner 719 Charlie, direct Gilbert.
Ali, do you still recommend getting the Thrustmaster Boeing? Yeah, yes, absolutely. I really would. The Quadrant, I've heard that, what's the other Quadrant called? I mean, the Quadrant's okay. The yoke's actually very good quality.
Approach 120.45.
Thrustmaster, but functionality fine.
Approach 120.45, Scandinavian flight record.
Sammy wants a fully functional circuit breaker panel. My goodness. Well, Jaguar 650 would be perfect for you.
Nordic 101, contact Cobra again, 121-375.
That's probably the most detailed aircraft I will ever see in a desktop sim.
Good evening, Polaris, Scandinavian 021, this is climbing for the Mitchell flight level 21,
031, hello, climb flight level 29 at zero.
Flight level 29 at 0402.
That's mega. I know it's loud, but okay.
Alpha Got 80, hello, climb flight level 350.
Absolutely stunning. So then,
Scanner 1 Charlie, contact approach.
stress testing so far
1.0, scanning 135.
in the PMDG has performed rather well.
Nordic 636, contact.
If we look back at the previous approach there, VNAV did a spot on job. It does get you a bit low early, that's what I've observed on all approaches I've flown so far. Did struggle to maintain altitude throughout the entire circling manoeuvre. Sort of that's what the FSX version did as well, if I remember, when I did my circling tutorial all those years ago. But overall, you know, it's been excellent. Just the handling on the takeoff and landing is a Microsoft Flight Sim issue, so very little input is required on a 15-knot crosswind there to keep the wings level on the centre line. But yeah, very, very good so far. 8.9 out of 10 today. Yeah, trim's definitely a bit funny. Okay. Some people are saying it's sensitivity, some people are saying it's just the audio going off. not quite effective enough, unfortunately, at the moment. Rudge, you built your own from wood. That's amazing. I'll see a picture of that in Discord. Leonardo Lima, how do you crab land? Is rudder into the wind and aileron the other way? So aileron into wind, rudder the against the crosswind. Yeah. So if you got a crosswind from the left, you crabbed into the left, so you use right rudder, and then aileron into wind. My last tutorial, is all about the crosswind landing. So if you go to my YouTube homepage, press videos. It's only about 5 or 6 videos ago, and you'll see my crosswind landing tutorial.
Question 26 bar Papa, it's allowed. Descend flight level 120, cleared SR bar for mark arrival.
Oh, X-Wavers, sorry about Nightbot, yeah, that word, yeah, crap. It's, I know it's not a bad word, but it's bad enough for Nightbot.
Can I receive Brevan, contact Sweden, 118.4.
Yeah, it's hard to hear.
Sweden 118.4, scan be 020, so long.
Yeah, autopilot's really smooth, very nice. As soon as we get to top of climb, going to go straight into the approach briefing. See, we've got ATC in Malmo today. Oh, there's some event in Hamburg, I think. A lot of traffic going into Hamburg. Malmo does have ATC.
Ska det även ett whiskey cleared upp till 3 Sierra arrival.
80 there. So it'll be a centre control in the area.
Ska det även 26 kilo cleared upp i 3 mark arrival.
Subsonic's going to fly a few flights, then brave VATSIM. You got to start somewhere, buddy. You got to start somewhere. Even my first flight on VATSIM, I was a little bit nervous, and that was after flying this aircraft for a number of years. But it really enhances the simulation for commercial flying. Really enjoy it. Wilhelm FS, good evening, pilot from Amsterdam. Good Abend. Learning a lot, but I can see it's your job, sometimes too fast for me. I must apologise, yeah. My general dictation and pace is quite fast, and I must, I still sometimes can blab on a bit when I'm trying to explain something, especially during dynamic phases where I'm trying to get as much information out as possible in a short period of time. So I do try and speak as slow as possible. I'll bear that in mind for you. Thanks for popping in though.
Receive on identification direct Ulvan,
Carl Childers, as we see more airlines penetrate the Microsoft Flight Sim market, you'll continue to see more and more planes that are able to meet the bar for most folks, yes. What's that clicking sound? Is that the song? The aircraft? It's the song.
Skipper Explorer Hello, climb flight level 370.
You Skipper waffle, unbelievable. Boom, bada bing. I used to play Flight Sim back in the day when it was wireframe. How things have changed in the past 30 years. Can you ever imagine what simming will be like in another 30 years? Well, when I started this channel, Boom Bada Bing, I used FSX and PMDG 737-800 for FSX, and just, I mean, you just have a look at my first ever video on this channel, a go around tutorial, just look at that, and that's just in the last 5.5, 6 years.
Climb flight level 350.
I know X-Plane 11 was just released around that time as well. Yeah. It's amazing. You imagine someone simming 20, 30 years ago, like yourself, and hadn't seen anything, and you're coming into sims now, they'd be blown away. You're blown away. Absolutely, Lauren, yeah. ATC training and new pilots as well, when they start using the radio, speak quite fast. It's quite common.
Climb on for 1 Polaris hello, climb flight level 320.
Welsh Trucker, have you flown into Cardiff while flying in the real world? I have, once before. Wilhelm, can you tell what the N1 button does in 10 years operating this aircraft? I have never pushed the N1 button. It's an an automatic thrust engagement mode in climb when using VNAV or level change. It just selects N1, which is the target thrust in the FMS. Obviously, I'm just leveled off now, so it's a bit different. Never actually pushed that one. Do you feel immersed with this plane, Mel? Yes, very much so. Really do. 145 miles till top of drop. Nice little tailwind.
Polare skogrädd, väskan är vänfarfartyg för climbing 3 fettervall.
About 10 minutes or so.
Ska få fartyg för blöret till out, clear zoom up, climb flight level 370.
Utsträck zoom up, 370, ska vi för 44.
Superb. Oh, well, Strucker, you're going to be a dispatch agent there soon. Can't wait. Best of luck with your training, sir. Octavio, High Flight Data Sim, could you tell how much the systems from the 800 and 700 differ? Very little is different. Overhead panel here, you've got a slightly different air conditioning system, so there's no trim air. You the 700 basically goes straight from the left-right pack to the mixed manifold, and then it distributes it via a different way, so there's only 2 zones essentially. No trim air system, only 1 recirculation fan installed. One of the big things a lot of people don't know about the 700, if you can still hear me, the wing is much closer to the cockpit. They've taken out a 9-metre section of the fuselage here, so the wing is much closer to the cockpit. So that means when we're manoeuvring the aircraft, you've got to be a bit careful if you're turning away from an obstacle in front of you. The radius, it describes a much wider radius. Well, not a much wider radius, a slightly wider wingtip radius if you turn away from an obstacle. So the distance at which, I can't remember off the top of my head, but the distance at which you need to turn away from the obstacle is much less in the 700 than the 800. So that's something to bear in mind when you're manoeuvring on a tight apron. That's it. Now 700 has 2218 and 20k thrust D rates, although it's a bit different with the PMDG. What else? The VREF bug is different, 3 plus 15. Speed brake has this load alleviation feature, so it has this 50% option again off the top of my head. I can't remember. 1-1-375, Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray, bye. And that's it, 1 less overwing exit. As well.
Get for whiskey, decent flight level 185.
75. Ah, where's my lead pilot gone?
Scanner level 17 Lima, contact Sula, 119.6.
119.6, scanner.
What was that frequency? You said I can't see it. 12137. Ah, yeah, 12137.
Elvo. That's the one, -78, perfect, Elvo.
No Scandi there.
Alaska 178, perfect, Elvo. Got 254, turn right heading 190, clear Alice approach and make it to left, report established.
190, report established for 254.
Get 17 Golf,
busy,
turn
busy.
right heading 120.
And Copenhagen, good evening, Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray, maintaining flight level 390 inbound AM7.
Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray, Copenhagen control, good evening, identified.
Perfect, identified. Right, we'll do a fuel check at AM7 and then we'll start our setting up for the approach. Expecting ILS 35 in Malmo, and just check the weather there. Lovely, clear skies, 260 at 14 knots. Actually, it could be runway 17 in use. Could be 17. Let's have a look if they've got 80s there. They do. So they're using 35. ILS approach runway 35. Transition level 65. Met report wind 260 at 15. 14 degrees. QNH is 1012. Information X-ray. So 1012. Mario, love the videos. Thank you very much, buddy. Love making them. It's great fun. Adam, what was the plugin that you used for better pushback? Is it what's it called? I keep forgetting. Dubious Pilots, Dubious something or other. It's the main one, I think.
254.
Learn it eventually.
KLM 17 Golf, turn right heading 250. Right heading 250, KLM 17.
Yankee Fox High Captain, not asking you to give any information from Jam, but do airlines mostly stick to the same options for all their fleet, or are there variations between planes? Yeah, pretty much the same options. So some aircraft, they're pretty much all the same. Some of the newer NGs would have slightly different switches, pressurization panel, automation, but they're the same options were selected from the factory. Toolbar pushback by ambitious pilots.
Laskan 1978, contact Polaris 121.55.
Alright, there's AMSEV, let's do a fuel check here.
550, Laskan 1978, bye bye.
There's
Copenhagen, good evening. Alpaca 1 Victor Alpha, inbound AMSEV, flight level 350.
So AMSEV, 4.2 tons of fuel. Remember we took an extra 1200. So 2.8, we got 4.2, so we've got a little bit extra fuel saved. We should have burned 1800 kilos. Oh, you fool, I've just reset it. Wrong switch. Don't want to do that. I think it's an 8.5. 8.5, so 1600 kilos. We've saved about 200. Oops. There it is. Ooh. Right, let's start setting up for the approach. Is that traffic crossing? 2,000 feet below. See if we can spot it.
90 Golf Mike, no further ATC, but here we come on to 2008. Bye bye.
Can you see it? There's traffic just crossing from right to left on the left hand side. Oh, I missed him. Right, let's have a look at this approach into well, I keep wanting to say Malmo to Malmo. Listed, yeah, it's a bit awkward in the sim. Depressing.
M17 Golf to send out to do 2,000 feet. KLM 17 Golf on present heading cleared out of
Let's go over Aalborg, then Aarhus. Here's our destination, there's our alternate, Copenhagen. And the arrival will be the NROV 1 Tango.
1562, start your descent, flight level 230.
So, let's select this, NROV 1 Tango. Where's my little pin button? ILS 35.
Kind of a 254, you should already be cleared, but in case you were not, runway 2 to left, clear to land.
Airport, plan to vacate at Alpha.
Kayak 625, would you like push and
What a
start?
cool call sign.
Yeah, like that.
Kayak, love that. Right, let's
625, no worries. Push and start approved, Canadian 1 13.
jump down here, 250 below 10,000. Let's keep forecast winds coming up.
No worries. Viking 1562, contact Bremen 123, decimal 925.
310, 200, 100.
Canadian
26155.
Descending to 32,000 feet to 10,000.
200 is 267 at 57.
Number 12, correction, Scandinavian
100 is 276 at 34.
Control, good evening, identified. Break, Nordic 101, descend, flight level 2.
QNH expecting 1012.
Descend for level 200, Nordic 101.
X-rings. Runway 35.
Packet 320, Copenhagen Control, good evening, identified.
10, 4. We're at 39,000 feet. So around 117
Mike
approximately
X-ray
top
when ready to
centres.
descend, flight level 200.
There we are. So, arrival, ladies and gentlemen. It is the
Packet 2 Mike X-ray when ready to descend, flight level 200.
when ready to descend flight level 200. Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray. we've still got a long way to go to top percent, so we're back in 200 there. So 200 set. So there's no restrictions on this arrival. So there's Arnov to Babsy. Babsy 70 or above, so we just need to update the transition level. By AC it was 85. Actually, that would make sense then. So it says 70, so 7,000 feet or above. From there.
1421, descent flight level
Babsy.
70, turn left, heading
Mike S900, 70 or below. So that's in the FMC. So that puts us in a good position for any potential shortcuts. Actually, downwind, it's going all the way out to 825. So yeah, it's unlikely they might chop us in early slightly, but I don't really need to modify this by much at all. There is a bypass here, so that's basically saying, look, you want me to do max 230, but for some reason PMDG have gone for, it's selected hard speed, so we want to do less than that.
Thank you.
Max
KLM 17
230.
Golf, wind 27, 30 degrees, 17 knots, runway 2 to left, clear to land.
Still going to bypass there. So max 200's here at 610, I'm going to put 180 on below.
Welcome, taxi to stand Bravo 6 via Bravo, Yankee Mike, cross runway 1.
And they're all at or above for CDA.
This is Bravo 6 via Bravo, Yankee Mike.
So happy with the routing, looks good in the FMS. RNAV 1 required, RNAV stars, GNSS. Perfect. This is the future, guys. Pretty much most arrivals now are RNAV based. Just have to monitor. We need to do some old school flying soon, guys. So we're going to get rusty. Need to jump into Felis. That'll get me on my toes. Onto the ILS then. MS610. And then all the way to the final approach fix 2500, which is centre fix. 1510 high checker 4 DME. Set it up then. 1081.
21 Tango Bravo, push back and start up approved. QNH 101, please.
1081.
Start to the QNH 101. Don't think about
742, 742. Oh, RFP still up. Sorry, guys.
Papa descent flight level 230.
Descent 230, the way Papa.
Yeah, it'd be cool to have an EFB on this. I think they've got. Didn't PMDG say they're bringing in an EFB? Oops, 13-0. That'd be great just for the Simbri flight plan. Because I obviously have to bring up a PDF, and then when I hide it, I don't necessarily know it's still there because I've got the command in Streamlabs for it. So ILS frequency 1081 once, twice. Inbound course is 349.
Track 625, taxi Olivod Alpha 1, runway 22 right via Romeo, Yankee Foxtrot Alpha, cross runway 12.
Height check 1510, we checked in the FMS. There is Cat 1 ILS. Ooh, interesting. Now I'm going to do a missed approach off this one, okay? I'm going to fly a missed approach. For the second one, shall we try an Autoland? Or would you like to? I might pull it. So we're going to do a missed approach, just as a demonstration, see if it works. Climb straight ahead to 2,500, radar vectoring to a new approach. Very low stop altitude. Should be sufficient. So what we'll do, we'll fly a Cat 1 ILS, okay, because I want to manually fly the go-around. So we'll set 436 at the minimums, and then on the second approach, we'll pole it, and we'll try an Autoland. I'm curious. I've not tried one.
1421, descend altitude 3000 feet, QNH 1013.
So let's set the Cat 1 minimums.
Descend down to 3000 feet, QNH 101, 1431.
It's not as fun, but I'm very curious to. Yes, stress test this moment. Let's do the Autoland. Autoland might make for a second go around. We'll see.
Cross runway 12.
It's got competition. Zemo Mod does excellent Autolands. It's really nicely done in that aircraft. Yeah, let's do that. So first approach, Cat 1 ILS. Frequencies, courses, minimums are set. Missed approach, well, push toga. Go around, flat 15, set go around thrust. Pulse radar climb, gear up, 400 feet, heading select. Runway heading 2,500 feet.
123.925, Ruins for
and then vectors for another.
Bye-bye, have a
MSA 2,600.
Good evening.
9,000 foot runway, 2,800 metres, very long here. This is an order break 1 job. I hope they have a landing performance going closer in there. Landing weight 500 to burn. Landing weight degree 54.7. Flat 30. Want to break 1. Vacate Alpha, but we're going to do the go around. Cool. How exciting. So, stress test the ATC at the same time. I tell you what, oh no, yeah, Autoland, yeah, I think failure-wise, on sim checks what they do, they have to do a go around and they usually fail like the radio altimeter or the autopilot minimums. It's going to be very quick. Yeah, alright then. So, plan of action. Cap on ILS, go around, then we'll set it for Cat 2, set the minutes for Cat 2. And we'll do an Autoland. Now you can do a practice Autoland at any time, so you've got quite visibility. Just bear in mind there's no protected area, which wouldn't be an issue in the simulator, but in real life you've got to make sure that when you're doing an Autoland the area is protected. For a practice Autoland it might not be, so you might have to disconnect and hand fly.
Say again for 10 even 1421. 1421, descend altitude 2,000 feet, turn right.
Is it possible to load flights from sim brief to the aircraft? Yes, I think so, subsonic. I like to put it in manually, because that's what I do in my operator. Yeah, I think we've covered everything there. Well, do you fly the 700 or the 800? I've flown the 700 a few times, 800 though, primarily. Stunning. Approaching top of descent as well, we've already been cleared to flight level 200 when ready, so VNAV will initiate its descent at the top of descent point. Oops, always do that. There we are. In between Denmark and Sweden. Perfect. It's just a big chill. I love chilling out on flight sim's great.
Can the first one?
No pressure as well. Like getting real life sometimes. Are there differences in the cockpit? Very few will. Just as we mentioned earlier, the air conditioning and pressurisation. Well, the air conditioning system's slightly different, otherwise it's pretty much the same. Handles very similar, but it's a little bit quicker, a little bit more sporty. A bit easier to land, I find. Wasky Captain, do you think PMDG will update the aircraft according to your ideas? Well, it's not so much my ideas, WASG. Zebo for the last 3.5 years I've said, Zebo, it shouldn't do that, should do this. Oh, okay. 10 minutes later he's fixed it. I don't know how he does it. It's a miracle making.
Would you like the visual approach or new vectors for the island?
Anthony, did you have to press pause at the sim when you went to the loop today? No, the sim crashed though.
1421 in that case, cleared visual approach, runway 22 left in
top
case
descent,
of
down we go.
Approach, follow stand-up approach procedure for the island.
One thing they've nailed here is the reduction of thrust and retard. The Zebo mod's a bit quick. Here it's really nice. They're spawning down here. Wing view. I've got a sort of inside cockpit wing view, but I know there is a way of getting views, changing this to where are you, camera? Ooh, that's a bit funky.
With Copenhagen Control, Echo 1 Victor Alpha, we have Malmo information Yankee.
Echo 1 Victor Alpha, roger.
How do you sequence between these views? So A. Ah, there we go. How do you sequence the other way? You can hear the fuel pumps. That's no problem at all. He doesn't sleep, Carl.
Bravo, taxi,
he has breaks occasionally.
22 right by Papa Foxtrot Alpha. Cross runway 12, give way to the KLM 737 on Yankee.
Yeah, my S button's not doing anything. A seems to be sequencing it in one direction.
Cross runway 12, give way to the second runway.
That's great. A shift A. Thank you. Cheers, Bluebird. WASG, I think they'll update some stuff because maybe some of the devs watch your streams. PMDG official was here at the beginning of the start of the stream, but they very quickly left. I said hello, but they then scurried away. So they were here. But no, if you ever want to post anything in their forums that I've pointed out, bring to their attention, feel free.
X-ray, contact Sweden, 118.4.
Sorry, just confirm that frequency, 118 decimal.
118.4 for Sweden.
118.4, I'll back at 2 Mike X-ray, bye. Well, I better get back in the
bye-bye.
business then. Bye.
Aka 1 Victor Alpha, when ready, descend flight level 200.
When ready, descend flight level 200, Aka 1 Victor Alpha.
Kayak 72, correction, Kayak 625, coding control. Good.
Radio tuning panel is very slow.
Flight level 280.
I'm tuning. Exchange rates for pounds for this plane? No idea, Joshua. Sweden, good evening, Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray, sending flight level 200 inbound Madag.
Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray, good evening, Sweden control, radar contact, cleared air northbound Tango level from E35, information Yankee.
Clear for the NROV 1 Tango for runway 35, and copy, all copy information Yankee, Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray. So we did get X-ray earlier.
Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray, descend to flight level 100.
So flight level 100, Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray. 100 set, 25 degrees. When ready, descend flight level X means you can descend at your own discretion, right? That is correct, Vanguard. You just set the level in the MCP, and then you can descend whenever you wish. Descend now is the clearance you get if they
radar contact, climb to flight level 28, correction 180.
Nicely holding its speed here.
Plans patrol 180, engineering 101.
Now I know how to shift views in the in this view. That's wicked. Yeah, Dennis. VNAV in descent, behaving yourself. It's very good. It's just the last part of the approach, just before the final approach fix or the hard altitude. It just it's a very shallow descent. Otherwise, it's 9.5 out of 10. It's really good. Holds speed really nicely.
Thank you very much and have a nice evening. Lufthansa 6263, contact Bremen radar 123.225.
123.225, contact 6260,
Stunning. So guys, if you have just tuned into the stream, welcome. We're in the descent off our second sector into Malmo. We're flying a Cat 1 ILS to a missed approach. We're going to fly go around, test it, and then last stress test we're going to do a Cat 2 approach to an Autoland after the go around. See how the aircraft behaves. So far, stress test, it's done well. It's done very well. Pass so far. On UK, it's pilot's discretion.
Good evening,
Descent maintain. No, UK never say pilot's discretion. They'll just say when ready. That's standard UK phraseology, and most of Europe. I've never heard a UK controller say pilot discretion. I've heard descend and maintain, but you guys in the US, you always do this descend, and you can just settle our altitude on the MCP. We always step down on the MCP at ours. No engine fires tonight, Lord Mulberry. Hopefully not. Funded Sim just gets the secretary to put it out the back of American Express cards. It doesn't know how much PMDG costs. Unbelievable comment. I paid for that.
Delta Golf Delta, descent to flight
level 100. Secretary, single-handed.
Delta Golf Delta, descent to flight level 100. Scanner 147, runway 21, clear to land, winds 260 degrees, 13 knots.
Alex M, hello, what do you think about the add-on compared to the Zebo 737? Check out the pinned comment, my friends.
And I think it was another person earlier, you were blocked.
And the pinned comment will answer that from my inaugural stream of the PMDG. Yeah, that's the one, Lauren. It always catches me out when I'm in America. Yeah, descend via the arrival. I'm always like, oh. Lowest clears you to the lowest altitude at the start. Careful at DCA VNAV will try and keep you going down past 8,000. See, Lauren, now you always say this to me, just set the lowest altitude, but if I follow my operator's SOPs, guess what? It won't let you go descent below the lowest restriction. That's why at my operator we step down and set the altitude on the MCP past each restriction to prevent that from happening. So there you go.
Maximum 4
No
Sierra,
problem.
runway 21, Scandinavian 4 for Delta.
Scandinavian 148 route established. 26% now.
Stephen, for the Autoland predictor, non-late approach or a big funny runway contact. Butters or buy it.
10.
What question?
01, climb to flight level 280.
What would your FOF be, Earl?
What would your FOF be in real life? Well, you know I can't answer that. Just basically, field of view is just trying to give you a bit of depth perception in the sim, but an ability to look left and right. But yeah, it's much harder when you're looking at a monitor to get that feel. That seems a bit loud. Yeah, sorry, I'll turn that down a little bit. I can't go much quieter though because I won't hear the controller. I need to see why in Streamlabs it's so loud for you. See, I put it through my audio input capture.
Information Yankee from Malmö.
That's a bit better. Let me just turn this on.
Good evening, Sweden Crown radar contact. Cleared
should be a bit better now.
Tango level for runway 35. Information Zulu valid.
Yeah, VR would help. Anthony, why did you call me Earl? I see what you did there in real life, Earl. It took me a few seconds when I ran it to click. Right, purple skies.
522. Good evening, Sweden Crown radar contact.
I do make a. I'll be honest with you guys. I do make a little bit of effort with stream start times to ensure this. It's a bit of a weird time today, 4:30, but there is a reason. That's the reason. And the idea was to be a little bit. I'm running about 15 minutes later than I wanted because of the little sim crash I had during the intermission, which was great timing. Xavier, that's something I don't wish to disclose. Thank you for your understanding. I am based in the UK.
Unit control, hello Hawkon, kilo 841, flight level 3, 900.
Why have I got standard there? Oh, I know why. America!
Juliet 841, clearance Kinkivanta via Alani, Evadi, Diva.
Could you spell that for me, 0841?
Yeah, bit on text.
Oh well, there's something like text as well.
I think we're enough for music for now.
Alani, Evadi, Diva, 0841.
Juliet 841, correct, thank you.
Control, Alaska 1978, inbound, Boget, and flight level.
Now we are on the arrival, inbound to Babsy.
Alaska
Send to flight level 100. Clean has been exceptional. Does the arrival take into account the does the VNAV, take into account the arrival QNH? Yes, NTM said, so long as you put it in the FMS. Which is on the forecast page. Just here, we're going to open it. There you go, 1012.
Scanner 752, maintain speed 270 knots during descent for spacing. 18.270 for spacing.
Wow. Is there an event going on in... Oh yeah, look, yeah, I did. I thought it was Copenhagen, but Hamburg's so busy tonight. Wow. So this controller's going to have to deal with my missed approach as well.
Scanner 21, Tango Bravo, call it back shortly. Copy.
Oops, did I just twist there?
Scanner 1164, good evening, Sweden Crown radar contact. Scanner 150.
How's Microsoft Flight Sim on the frames? When it set my GPU fire set to John to Anon. Nice little bit of flap, sun reflection, flap page sun reflection there.
Scanner 147, taxi to stand 15 via Delta Yankee Hotel.
Yes! Yes, boys and girls. There's Mega. Looks so good.
Runner 46 Alpha Whiskey.
Oh, is the ATC a bit too quiet now? That is lush.
Kilometer 21 Tango Bravo, Sweden Cross, radar contact, maintain flight level 190 Dish link, crossing traffic above.
Maintaining flight level 190, scanning traffic above.
Alpaca 320, good evening, Sweden Cross, radar contact, reduce speed 250 knots.
Jeez.
Alpaca 320, clear to Malmö Sturup by Arnov 1 tank, whatever,
just super.
835, information Zulu.
I would honestly just stay in that view for the rest of the stream. I need to fly the airplane. Anyway, passing, approaching flight of 100, request for descent.
Charlie, contact PM and radar, 123.225. Alpaca 1 Victor Alpha, descent to flight level 100.
VNAV out.
Descent to flight level 100, Alpaca 1 Victor Alpha.
Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray, descent to 5,000 feet, QNH 1012.
Descend 5,000 feet, QNH 1012, Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray. 5,000 feet, set.
Runner 46 Alpha Whiskey,
Out to events.
for Vector
What's wrong with it? VNAV disconnect? Really? Oh yeah. Set QNH 1012. Now it's accelerating. It's a bit wobbly here, VNAV path, FMC speed. But yeah, 1,000 feet per minute, that's right, and it is now slowing down. Okay, had a little bit of a wobbly there. Drag required, yes, we are doing 250 below 100, so we'll get the speed break out. Don't know why the VNAV profile jumped though. It was perfectly on profile, and now all of a sudden we're 1,000 feet low.
Way to Scanner 820 coming from the left.
Got a speed break out, but we're in FMC speed. Whoosh, yeah, that's right. Now when we're back on profile, I'll go retail on. There's Malmo. 266 knots, what are you doing? He's having a little bit of a quirk at the moment. And the profile is just getting lower and lower and lower and lower. What is it doing? This is a bit weird. So we're doing 1,000 feet per minute, which it does below profile, but the profile's getting away from us, even though there's no top of descent point generated.
Nordic 101, runway 35.
We're really low. Now it's coming back. Oh, there we go. That was a bit weird. That was a bit funky. How do you set up the wing views? They're all default, Greg Scott. So now VNAV's doing what it needs to do, 1,000 feet per minute because we're below profile, and we'll keep doing that. Descend 3,000 feet, Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray. Profile's coming back towards 3,000 feet set.
Skinnerman 752, ready speed 250 knots. Alpaca 320, descent to flight level 100.
Tom, yeah, I think because you used the word crap. I'll see if I can remove that word. Tom, yeah, I see your point. I mean, there are things that are not as good at the moment in buggy. Next stress test we'll see, we'll go around, see what's different, which I've done already, and I know already sort of what it is. And then the Autoland, we're in uncharted territory. Now, top tip for you guys watching, when you see we have a base leg here, look at this. We're going to have quite a strong tailwind on the base leg. So be careful of this, take this into account with the turn. You might want to bring your speed back sooner, because if you're doing 230 knots plus that, you can have 260 knots, 270 knots ground speed here. So when you're turning here, you always want to look at the wind when you're positioning downwind onto your base leg. Take into account any strong tailwinds, because it will shoot up your speed here. And you can see, look, at the start of the turn, we're still going to be doing 250. So I'm actually going to modify this, just bring the speed back to 200 knots or below, and this will help with the turn. And that's back on profile actually. So there we are. Be wary of that, it can actually catch you out, and if you're an LNAV it will lock onto the magenta line and it will overback.
Pilots, read back their instructions. Don't stop on each other. Scanner 456, read back.
So ILS Idents SMS. SMS 349. Very good. Frequencies are in. Fix rings. Oh, 3510.
Cleared Arnold. Tango level from 835. Information Zulu.
Cleared Arnold runway 35.
Tom.
Negative. Arnold 1 Tango.
Using modern flight model Frank. Frank.
Nordic 101. Taxi to stand 2 via Alpha.
See how VNAV puts us on CRLS? Coming up for decel point for 210 knots, that restriction put in because of that strong tailwind on base link.
QNH 1012. Center 5,000 feet, QNH 1012, Alpaca 10.
Stephen, the autopilot can overbank, yeah?
Keep up speed, advise when you would like to start to reduce.
Sorry, could you...
yeah, I've had it on approach where I've had this one problem here and I had a little bit too much speed on base leg, about 45 knots. And it was trying to stay on the magenta line and we got a bank angle, 35 degrees.
That's new.
From traffic behind.
Oh yeah, I will tell you when I'm going to reduce Alpaca 1 Victor Alpha.
Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray, clear LS approach, Shami 35.
Clear LS 35, Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray. So there's decel point.
456, descend flight level 100.
Height's good for this position. Going quite a way out there. Oh, well, what's this funky thing here? I don't like this. Don't have this on ours. Ground speed display on the PFD. Ugh. Don't need that. I'll leave it there for now. So there we are, 210 knots at that point. So let's see, VNAV Dolphins with us. We are clear approach, so I can step down. Let's go to 25.
492. Descend to flat level 100. Cleared.
So look at our ground speed, 235 knots. Select flap 1.
Papa 1 on right, thank you. Descend level 100.
Delta was Delta. From 26, clear to land. Wind is 260 degrees, 16 knots.
There, look at the leading edge.
752, descend to flat level 70.
Flight level 70.
Skinnerman 2-1 Tango Bravo.
Flat 5, and again, yeah, this is the 4th approach I've flown in the aircraft on the stream, and again it's just putting me below glide slope. VNAV's just... VNAV and the aircraft seems to just do a very shallow descent when approaching the hard altitude. Don't know if that's just a workaround they've used here. And it's off the magenta line, that's drifting off there. It's not quite followed it.
Alpaca 320, descent flight level 80.
And it's now showing me 300 feet high. No, we're way low. We're a dot and a half low there. So VNAV speed to try and get back on that.
Lufthansa 8 good evening, Sweden control radar contact.
So yeah, VNAV's just a bit funky on the approach. It just puts you very low early, but after the final approach fix of the hard altitude, it's very good.
Lufthansa 8
just going to go VS here and just take over manually. Oops, got some approach. Why have I got the glide slope shouldn't come alive just yet? I'm just going to take over here because I think LNAV's just undershooting slightly.
Alami, Evadi, Diva.
Yeah, where's it going? So I'm just going to go heading here just to get it onto the localizer manually. So it's just sort of paralleling the approach there.
Radar contact. Climb to flight level 180.
There we are, localizer capture 349 set.
Alpaca 1 Victor Alpha, descend to 3,000 feet, speed 250 knots.
Descend to 3,000 feet, speed 250
Not bad, a bit quirky. It's a bit quirky on LNAV and VNAV there. Struggled a little bit with the turns.
Descend 5,000 feet, QNH 1012.
Hopefully glide slope capture before outer quiet.
Alpaca 320, descend altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1012, reduce speed 210 knots.
The real aircraft it bites around there. There we are, glide slope capture. Missed approach altitude 2,500 feet set. Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray fully established.
7 out of LN at 5,000 feet.
Come on, Tars!
456, reduce speed to 470.
Film reference. Is it Oblivion? What's it called? Oh my god, I forgot what it's called. Love that film. Is it Oblivion? No, that's...
456, reduce speed to 470 knots. Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray, runway 35, clear to land, winds 260 degrees, 11 knots.
Runway 35, clear to land, Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray. So 11 knots, 29 here, so it's going to have to slow down at some point. Quite interesting to see how that manages in the sim.
Runway 2, correction, runway 35.
29 knot crosswind, great to test. Oh, Autoland, we'll have to see what the wind's doing later. Max crosswind limit 20 knots.
Right, cleared ILS 35.
Interstellar, Oblivion, I was thinking of with Tom. Tom Cruise. Right then, remember we're going to fly that missed approach straight ahead 2,500. Gear down. 15. Landing checklist. Start switches. Did I not do the post-cruise checks? Let's do it. Start switches continuous, recall check, speed brake. On green light, landing gear down to green order brake is set to 1. Flight 30. Speed brake's extended first line. There we are, the wind's dying down now. Nice and gradually.
3 Papa Romeo, contact Polaris control 121.550.
Flaps we have. 30 green light, lights are on, I've left the dome lights on here.
Runner 105, contact Polaris control 121.550.
Checked, complete. Okay, so wind's dying down now. So long as you get over the threshold, it's 11 knots. That's in limits for the Autoland. Flies the ILS very nicely.
Clear for takeoff, winds 260 degrees, 13 knots.
So we're going to hand fly this. Disconnecting all the throttle.
70, free speed.
Disconnecting all the pilots.
70, free speed.
So when you go around with the auto throttle disconnected, you push toga, you must manually set thrust. Remember, it's not a sort of Airbus. Okay. No, I don't want to download a GeForce game ready driver.
Alpaca 320, speed 180 knots.
So continue. So I've got a manually set thrust. Reduce go around thrust about 90%. 12 knot crosswind. The reduction of wind there, by the way, guys, is very realistic.
Alpaca 320, descend to 4,000 feet.
Approaching minimums.
Very curious of the Autoland. So remember, we're going to do a go around now.
Minimums.
Continue. I'm just going to reject about 50 feet.
100.
So imagine we've got a lake go around. Cool. This is called a rejected landing anyway. No rad-out call-outs. Okay. Go around.
Sweden control. Good evening. Delta Alpha.
About 90%. Flat 15. Set go around for us. So first little bug. No VREF. The VREF speed has disappeared. Positive rate climb. Gears coming up.
Too low. Gear.
That shouldn't happen.
Too low. Gear.
That's spurious. Flat 5. Otherwise, the flight director commands are great. Forgot to select a roll mode.
456. Descend altitude 5,000 feet. QNH 1012.
Flaps 1. The bug's increasing automatically. That's great. That's really good. And flaps up. I think the flaps retraction was a bit slow there. And now it should command the speed out of quiet. So out of quiet. Make sure you bug up. There's a speed trim. That's not me trimming. That's the speed trim system or some weird audio glitch. Yeah, not bad. So we just missed the VREF speed. Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray going around standard missed approach, maintaining 2,500 feet.
Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray, stop, climb 3,000 feet, fly runway heading.
Climbing to 3,000 feet, Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray. So there we are, not bad.
Continue runway heading.
Climb to 3,000 feet, we'll continue runway heading, Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray. So 3,000.
What was the reason for the go around?
I just wanted to see if it worked. Sorry if your workload was a bit high there, buddy.
It's not very convenient, but we're trying to do our best.
No problem, if I can log off if it's easier. Oops.
There will be some delay and quite rude or clunky, but I can do it for you if you like.
Okay, no problem, thank you. And sorry about that. Yeah, okay, so Whoops. My bad, we can retract the speed back to 3,000 feet. I just went level change. There's 3,000, that was quiet. Yeah, not bad at all. A bit high on speed there, so what I'm going to do is just reduce thrust.
Okay, then let's see if I can do it.
There we are.
Alpaca 320, descend to 3,000 feet. Alpaca 2 Mach X-ray, speed 180 knots.
180 knots, Alpaca 2 Mach X-ray. Okay, so we are level, very early for 180, so commands. Auto throttle, wants 180, so we'll select flap 1.
Speed 180 knots.
And then we'll do the after takeoff checklist. Gears off, leave the auto brake set to 1. And set. There we are, so after takeoff checklist complete, and we leave flap 1 for 180.
Right heading 200.
Naughty naughty.
200.
Yeah, so I should have just logged off there.
702, contact Helsinki control.
Yeah, and to be fair, this controller's doing a lot here. So my bad.
46 Alpha Whiskey, descend altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1001, information.
So 180 very slow at this point. Remember, you want to maintain runway heading. This is a funny one in aviation. It's like, is it maintain heading or track? So I'm setting a heading to fly the runway extended centre line. So yeah, the go-around was excellent actually by PMDG. The only thing was, and it was exactly the same as the FSX version. And the FSX version, as soon as you raise the gear, it started going too low gear. You shouldn't do that unless you start descending. And the VREF disappears. The VREF should still display on the go-around until you go to a certain flap setting.
5,000 km.
It'll be interesting to see what happens now. So we're going to try the Autoland next.
Alpaca 1 Victor Alpha, runway 35, cleared land, winds 260 degrees, 11.
Cleared land, ILS 35, Alpaca 1 Victor Alpha.
So go around, remember, reassess the situation. We've got 3.1 tonnes, it's only 1.8 tonnes required for Copenhagen, so we've got at least 30 minutes. We then contact the cabin crew to say what the reason was. And then the passengers do a PA. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, sorry, we did a missed approach because we wanted to see how the systems worked. Stress tested the PMDG. Got a crab angle as well, 28 knots, we've got about 10 degrees of drift here. See, look, we're heading in this direction.
Alpaca 2 Mach X-ray, and left heading 205, left turn 205.
Left turning 205 degrees, Alpaca 2 Mach X-ray.
Skinnerman 456, descend to 4,000 feet.
So, just because of this guy's workload, we will do the Autoland for the next approach. But if it screws it up, we'll log off. So I don't want to do a second go around. Hate to send it back to Norway. It was.
Good evening, Sweden control, identified.
Don't like being at 180 with flap 1 out though.
Information Zulu, you are number 6 in sequence.
Where's he going?
We're number 6.
Go around again, I'll buy you a pint. Britam, why didn't you put your pilot rating on that sim? Don't know. What am I, still noob? I think I'm noob.
Earn up 1 Tango runway 35, thanks.
But overall, yeah, the aircraft's performed really well.
326 Foxtrot, reduce speed 260 knots.
260 knots.
One thing I have to say they've done nicely. Well, apart from the ability to maintain altitude. Autopilot's a bit pants and you see that? You try to. It's because we weren't looking. It's like the autopilot. Oh, quick! He's not looking. I'll just stop maintaining 3,000 feet here. And he goes, ah. As soon as I jumped back into the flight deck, it was like, oh crap! But if we had up to 3,000 captains back. So yeah, it's not great at maintaining altitude in turns with the aircraft configured.
Skinnerman 456, flying heading 170.
Does struggle a little bit. It's getting a little bit darker now, so we can turn down the brightness on our screens. That's really nice.
Alpaca 2 Mach X-ray, heading 175.
Red heading 175 degrees, Alpaca 2 Mach X-ray. Well, we better get set up for the Cat 2, hadn't we?
Stand by. Skinnerman 752, runway 35, clear to land, winds 260 degrees.
Yeah, Mario, yeah, so that's sort of the general consensus is runway heading, they want you to maintain the track, yeah. That is the consensus, it's a funny one, it's no one's, it's a big debate over that still. So, Cat 2, rad out is 103.
Level 100 next, single rock 326 Fox.
So, radio.
Down at 46 Alpha Whiskey, descend to 2,500 feet.
103, and everything else is the same. Frequencies, courses, minimums have updated. So Autoland at my operator, it's actually flown by the first officer, so we can actually jump into the right hand seat for a little bit of immersion. Ooh, look at the aircraft landing on final go. Flown by the... Actually, let me get my operator's briefing out so we can tell you exactly what we have to cover.
Goodbye.
Would anyone like to hazard a guess in chat why the first officer is pilot flying when we're flying Cat 2, Cat 3 Autolands? Whilst you think about that, I'll get the QRH if I can find it.
Alpaca 320, still number 2, continue approach, winds 260 degrees, 11 knots.
Anthony, correct, absolutely. Captain is too elderly, captain is monitoring, correct. So it is the captain sat here as pilot monitoring. He's doing this. He's looking for the required lighting. So Cat 3, 3 consecutive lights, approach lighting. Same for an MPA. And he needs to see at least that element of the approach lighting system at minimums to be able to continue. It's his decision to continue at go around at minimums, so that's the reason. So, at my operator, we have an LVO approach and landing checklist we need to complete before conducting a Autoland. And it's a briefing that sort of says, confirms, first officer flies it, captain monitors, go around, flown by the first officer, a landing's flown by the captain. By landing, he takes control at minimums and monitors the Autoland. Must use the automation, we both have to be qualified, the aircraft has to be Cat 2, Cat 3 qualified, so you check the placard, I don't know if it's on here. We're missing the placard? Yeah, so technically not qualified. ILS needs to be suitable, runway is suitable. And once we've briefed it, we have to complete the approach to landing, even if weather improves. You verify the minimums, so 103, and the RVR requirement. The RVR is what's always controlling. It's 350 metres. Obviously it's over 10,000 metres. Dual channel approach, go around to 2,500 feet. No paperwork during the taxi, and you must follow the diagram until on stand. And limitations are, you can use flat 30 or 40. I need to reset the approach actually.
Contact Polaris Control 121.550.
21550, hej då, ska ni prata med
Hej då.
So center fix, we'll just create a waypoint to the north here.
Skinnerman 752, taxi to stand 1 via Charlie.
Taxi stand 1 via Charlie,
There we go. I'll put something in the box now. No, I haven't. I've screwed that up. I've done
Skinner 1305, good evening, Sweden Crown, radar contact.
35 there, I went the wrong way, so I need this way. Boy, it's a big old gnarly wind here. So we want about 27280.
Skinnerman 815, sorry for the delay, but you're cleared to Oslo Gardermoen, Passau back 3 Juliet departure, runway 21, initially 5,000 feet, scope 5325.
There we are. Also in the FMS that sort of represents the track miles we're going to be doing. So the event of miss approach will climb straight ahead. 3,000? 2,500. Burn about 200 kilos, landing weight now is 54.1. We'll use flat 30, you can flat 30 or 40 use for Autoland. I don't want to break one again. And maximum limits then 25 knot headwind, 20 knot crosswind, 10 knot tailwind, no wind shear reported. And you can't fly an Autoland if one of the autopilots is out, you need at least 2. Radio altimeter is out, no ability to display decision height, ADIRS needs to be working, windshield wipers need to be working. ILS receivers working, 2 ADIOs, 2 hydraulic systems, 2 sources of electrical power. And both engines. NDMZ, can you do Cat 2, Cat 3 approaches during low visibility, or can you do it in good visibility? You can do it Autoland in any conditions of any ILS, even if it's not Cat 2 or Cat 3. The aircraft Autoland system can be used, but you can't do it to the low visibility.
Welcome.
It's just to do with the
Alpaca 320.
The categories to do with what lighting it has, facilities, the backup generators, all those sort of things. Quite expensive for an airport to have Cat 2, Cat 3 capabilities.
Runner 46 Alpha Whiskey, left heading
So ready, we're going to get ready for that base leg turn. Remember that wind, we're going to be quite a tight turn here onto final, because we've got that big crosswind, so I'm going to get ready to slow down as soon as he gives us a turn onto final.
Skinner 1492, descent to 4,000 feet, QNH 1001.
See us drifting, look like over right in front of us, look. Drifting in this direction.
Good evening, speed and control, speed by 358,
This fly line overlays work perfectly today, it's lovely. Cat 2, Cat 3 will be different types of lighting. Airport facilities primarily Pangolin, but the minimum typically is around 100 feet RA for a Cat 2. Cat 3 is about 50. Technically MDMZ, you'd set the minima associated with the Cat 2 or Cat 3 approach, but yeah, you could set, if you're doing a practice Cat 1 ILS Autoland, yeah, you just put the Cat 1 minimum. Who's better, Autoland or you? We'll soon see, Boom Better Big. What do you reckon, guys? This is very tentative. We're going to be very tight here. I think he might have just forgotten slightly. We're within 2.5 miles of that turn there, plus that tailwind. That's we're going to overshoot. So I'm going to already preset 30 degrees angle of bank here.
Okay, land runway 21, Skinner 4 for that.
Blue Max 3088, descent to 3,000 feet, QNH 10.
Autoland didn't work for me yesterday, Captain, said Sam. Uh-oh. We'll pop offline then. If it's not working.
Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray, tunnel left heading 025, cleared ILS approach, runway 35.
Left 025 degrees, cleared ILS 35, Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray. Flat 5. So this might overshoot here. That's because of that gnarly tailwind. Should be okay, that's 30 degrees angle of bank. Don't think he realised how tight in we were. Yeah, we're going to overshoot slightly. Don't worry, I won't increase his workload anymore, I'm just going to keep the turn going.
Skinner 1492, turn left heading 215, intercept localizer runway 1 on the right.
215 for localizer 1 on the right,
oh, it might be lucky, look, might just roll out onto the localizer. Oh, just, look at that.
Skinner 1221, good evening.
Couldn't get any tighter than that, and I had to use 30 degrees angle of bank. There we are, Vorlock. 349 set. Back to
1001, report Mike number please.
And look at this, this is not great. Look, out holds, this is not great. Look, it's descended 200 feet, that shouldn't happen. That's a big bug. It should be rock solid there. And VNAV guidance is a bit meh. It shouldn't be showing me there. Yeah, so VNAV should be bang on profile here. Approach, command A and B. Nice to capture. Missed approach 2,500 feet set. Some stuff you can't teach. Yeah, the PMDG NGX did suffer from that. So yeah, it's struggling to maintain altitude. That's what to post in the forums. Should be rock solid. If any, will you report the bug? They've been watching the stream, so I can't post the forums because they require real names, and I wish to remain anonymous. I might file a thing, but guys, feel free to link anything or hyperlink and let them know. So make sure for the Autoland, you've got command A and B engaged after arming approach. Remember, we've got to keep an eye on the wind here. It must be below 20 knots. It should be. It's only up here strong. Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray fully established.
Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray, runway 35, clear to land winds 260 degrees 11.
Runway 35 clear to land, Alpaca 2 Mike X-ray, and we're just going to head offline now. Thank you very much for your accommodation for the second approach there. Have a lovely evening.
Thanks for group flight to Malmö. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. So I am going to disconnect because I want to see what happens, and I think from what I've heard, carnage. Well, we'll soon see. So the last wind was 11 knots, so it's well within limits for the Autoland by the time we get lower. Just need to configure about 5 miles. Remember, max crosswind limit for an Autoland is 20 knots. It is fine here, but remember that's on the ground. It's 11 knots on the ground. So around 1,500 feet, this should go to command. Can be a bit lower. We'll monitor everything. I'll put the webcam up. There's an outer marker there. I want to get configured. There's command, so gear down. Flat 15, match speed. Landing chest. Start switches, recall, speed brake. Is armed, landing gear down to green. Order brake is set to 1, flat 30. And it's always VREF plus 5 for an Autoland, guys. Always VREF plus 5. 1,000 feet checked. Flaps, we have 30 green light. Landing lights are on. Checks complete. So wind's now below limits for a crosswind. Just going to monitor this. I'm going to guard it because I don't want to crash. To see how it performs. And it's no input until touchdown. I am left-handed, yes. 15 knots. So far, so good. If I was IMC, I'd be happily continuing. 500 radio flare armed. That's a check we do. It's not the easiest one for it to do. There's a little bit of a crosswind to manage. Still on localizer on glide. Looking very good so far. Just going to guard everything here. Looking good. So far, so good. No complaints from me. Just going to guard everything. I'm not going to make any input until after touchdown. So Pappy's put me a bit high now.
Minimums.
Okay, it's a tad high. Very high. Flare. No call-outs. Where have my call-outs gone?
10.
Very nice. Very, very nice. Right, should... Yeah, no complaints from me. Oh, it was excellent. What was the landing rate, guys? Oh yeah, reverse. Got some funky stuff on the FMA, though. If I'm being very critical. Let's go idle reverse. Oh yeah, that's one. Yeah, the FMA should be blank. We've got some funky control wheel steering going on here. Manual braking. Master caution? What could that be? What have I broken? PSEU or reverser? I put money on it being a reverser light. Oh, it must have been reverser because the lights are now extinguished. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Better than the captains is the first comment I read. Welcome back to Malmo. Lovely, jubbly. Not bad at all. Well done, PMDG. You've passed the stress test. There is some debriefing points, which we do need to discuss. But overall, you have passed your check ride. Yeah, very good. The Autoland. You guys are making me sound like it was going to be awful, but no, it was very no complaints. It left me a bit. It was a bit high, It's understeering loads now, though. Yeah, I think it starts fine, but I don't know after multiple sectors it gets a bit tight on the old turns there. Right, flaps coming up. Speed brake is stowed. Thanks everyone that joined me. I know I just popped offline. That was, yeah, very accommodating of that control. Obviously I increased his workload, and he even mentioned that. So yeah, don't if he's busy, don't just do go arounds for fun, and I won't do that again. And I will ask next time. Obviously, if you're destabilised, follow the stabilised approach criteria and go around. It's the safest option. I'm not saying don't go around at all. Yeah, there's some funky FMAs going on after touchdown now. We've got control wheel steering in amber down there. Oh, is that because I disconnected the autopilot? That might be why I've got some funky FMAs. I swear I disconnected that autopilot on the ground. Did you hear? I heard it. Don't know, maybe I accidentally re-engaged it. Does that? Ah, okay. See, in real life, I know what it is. This is classic muscle memory, okay? So let me just put yoke cam back on. So when we do auto lands, after the nose wheel has touched down, we disconnect the autopilot, and we do this like this. But obviously, I think the command in Microsoft Flight Simulator, if you push it again, it re-engages the autopilot. So I think what I did at some point, I re-engaged the autopilot during the landing, which would explain it. There you go. One more sector, though. That's me all done there, Smith. It's been a lovely day though, 4 hours 20 minutes. There's 2 long streams we've done in this aircraft. Next one will be a 1 sector VATSIM event, which I hope to do on Saturday now. Oh, why not start or finish on the stand we started on, which was stand number 6 there. Finish up the cleanup. Lighting isn't a mega. There we are. Master caution anti-eyes. Crank up the APU. Just no, put the start switch to ground. We'll shut down engine number 2. There you are, master caution ELEC, source off. During all the PMDG streams during the Eurovision events, how rude. Eurovision? Last time I watched Eurovision was during a drinking party. We're losing a bit of inertia here, so... Master caution hydraulics, that will be low pressure engine number 2 associated.
Welcome.
Okay, so struggling to taxi one engine here. It is flat. Actually, it's slightly downhill. Shouldn't need this much for a single engine. There's a forklift here to guide us on to stand. Why do the Microsoft Flight Sim ground vehicles? They're so curious about people taxiing around. Thanks for subscribing over that was. Welcome to the channel. AP available on bus. And on to stand. Yeah, there's not many airports that have gate guidance, is there? This one doesn't have it. It has the thing for it, but not. It's not on. Remember, this air bridge from earlier. It doesn't move. It's not animated.
50, 40, 30, 20.
Thanks a lot, Rory, for the
10.
£3. Appreciate it, buddy. Appreciate it. Thank you. The radar off. Tart.
Thanks for all the fun you bring.
Oh, you're most welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed the fun, Rory. It was great fun stream for you guys. Really enjoy it. Cheers. 2 blues, 1 red. Engine's dead. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Malmo, Sweden. Great flight. Great fun. The forklift was actually another guy who downloaded the forklift mod. I can't believe Fly Live worked the whole day. That's great. All the lovely flight information. J-Bo, thanks for the stream, Captain. You're most welcome. Cheers, Ben Matthews as well. And thanks for your model matching link earlier. For the Alpaca Airways, that was great. Scottish, you can't go over the graphics. No, they're great. Thanks for your lovely comment on the video the other day. Appreciate that. Sam Heaton, for me, it didn't retard the throttles at 20 feet, so I was basically flying level over the runway. That would probably happen. No, the Autoland was excellent. I think we did a really nice stress test. I mean, we tested all these sort of non-normal situations. I would say non-normal, but, you know, go around, auto-land, circling approach, and it was great to see what worked well and what perhaps needed some tweaking. Let's do the full shutdown flow, actually, this is the last night of the day. So 4 pumps off, window heat can come off, electric hydraulic pumps off, and anti-collision light off as well. 2000 standby. Is in, as we're not doing a replay, we'll go to menu, FS actions, ground services, we'll get the GPU card on its way. Oh no, there we are, request, and yeah, we'll get the potable water topped up, lavatory, maintenance van. Yeah, we had a reverser light come on, didn't we? Stairs. Oh no, air stairs. Oh, actually, I've not seen the air stairs extend. I'm curious. Ooh. Comes out very quickly. There we go. Yeah, the jet bridge doesn't move. Very cool. Look at the lighting from the air bridge. Awesome. Yeah, overall then, let's have a little chat about what happened today. Let me just switch the camera. I'm still getting used to all the different camera commands. There we are, that's what I wanted, camera drone. Yeah, overall then, if we were to look at this sequentially, took off, no major problems. The crosswind takeoffs then and landings, yeah, the controls aren't quite effective enough. You need to make more input in the real aircraft as well. But it's there, you know, the secondary effects, and you can feel the crosswind making an input, so it's just a little bit static in that area. Automation was excellent. I think the autopilot's quite solid, apart from level flight configured. Level flight, general flight at the up speed is fine, but as soon as you start bringing the flaps out the gear out, it can't maintain altitude. It's exactly the same as the FSX version, and I remember when I did the circling tutorial all those years ago, I had to edit that or do several shoots because it just would not maintain the altitude. So you saw there 3,000 feet, we're doing that turn, it went down to 2,800. It should be rock solid on the altitude, so that's something. What else? The VNAV, as per the last stream, just dips you early. It was a little bit wobbly there on the approach. The guidance was quite right, and LNAV, it's on both approaches, sort of cut the approach off slightly, so it went a bit off the magenta line. But this is nitpicking, really is. Autoland was really good. Honestly, no faults with the Autoland. Like all the enunciations, the correct aircraft paper is great. Really nice to see. So yeah, no change. Fast check ride, 9 out of 10. And that's the feedback, really. It was really good. And remember, this is a day 1 launch version. They'll be updating this aircraft, and you'll see improvements moving forward as well. Guys, that's it for this Thursday evening stream. It's nearly 9 o'clock. I need to go get my dinner. It's been wonderfully fun. Won't stream tomorrow, Saturday. I hope to do one sector flight. I'll have a look on the Advanced Events page, because Sunday morning, if you remember, don't forget our members group flight as well. And then I'll have a little bit of a break on my next week of annual leave. I'll probably get a couple of streams in. I'm going to Scotland for a few days with 2 of my mates, which I'm looking forward to. Excellent. Well, loads of people were very generous today with donations. There's never ever need to donate. I appreciate the generosity. Just enjoy the stream. That's all I require as a minimum. If you like the video a lot, 670 likes, a huge amount. 737 likes before the end of the stream. See what we can do. But if you want to stay up to date with the latest content, don't forget to subscribe and push the bell icon to be notified as soon as I plan to stream or upload new content as well. To all the members, thank you very much for the continued support as well. Highly appreciated, as you all know. I respect your generosity daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, and thank you so much. Guys, stay safe as ever. Go and enjoy your respective desktop simulated aircraft in your respective simulator or simulators, and I'll see you on another live stream very, very soon. Cheerio.